Oops, I fucked that up. that was our intro. But yeah, I thought that would take up the whole screen. I guess it did not do that. Here, let's try that again. All right, ready, go. Boom. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Shattermare Live with your host, me, Brian. And I've got my esteemed guest host, panelist with me, William. I think he's still in the bathroom right now. So I'm just going to monologue for a little bit. And no Kyle this week. Kyle is out with the COVID. He's like triple vaxxed and boosted. So let's pray that he makes it through the week so he doesn't get the long COVID. I've got some good tea.
Hey guys, how's everybody doing? Hey there, hi there, oh there. Thanks for
How's it
joining
going, man?
us.
Oh man, I was just giving the intro and telling everybody that Kyle has COVID. He's like triple vaxxed and boosted, and so hopefully he makes it through the week and pray for his survival.
We hope so. I was never
Yeah,
vaxxed. I had it once.
yeah. I just had it, and then you know I was good. So, but now it's like a recurring thing every year. I guess if you did get vaxxed, then you're going to continue getting COVID
I
because
guess.
your immune system is fucked. And so that's cool. Look forward to that, I guess. It's like I get a sinus infection every year, when the seasons change, and like maybe the flu, maybe. So that's COVID now for people.
Yeah.
But
I had it the one time when I went to see Top Gun Maverick and got
oh,
back.
there you go.
That was it.
Yeah, you gotta take your zinc and elderberry, everybody. Fucking vitamin
Vitamin D.
C,
Vitamin D.
vitamin D too. Yeah, all the D's, all the vitamins, A, B, C, and D. I guess B is like energy, so maybe not. Don't take vitamin D or B all the time. I'm also not a physician, so
Yep.
probably shouldn't listen to dietary advice from me. That's my disclaimer. So, welcome. Got two people on X. Hopefully, now that we took a week off, you guys aren't bots. So if you aren't bots, post a comment down below so we know.
Yeah.
That was kind of part of the reason why I wanted to skip a week because I wanted the bots to filter out. I want to get like actual live viewers and listeners. That's the goal. I don't want to be in the dead side of the internet. But yeah. So how's it going, man?
Good, good. Well, not much to report on the comic, but overall, things are fine.
Yeah, we're making progress. We just saw some pages.
Yeah, we got stickers. I mean, we could
Yeah,
definitely
got
get.
some stickers.
I want to get one of those for my car.
Oh, sure, yeah. We'll have to get the nicer vinyl ones though, or some inside window
Yeah,
ones.
inside window ones or
I
something
can get,
cool
I can
like
get some
that.
of those. Yeah, every time they send me, shout out to Sticker Mule. We're not sponsored yet. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. But yeah, they just send me random deals, and the idea for the marketing is like, oh, give them like 70% off and free shipping, and then they'll order like $100 worth of stuff, and we'll make our money back or whatever. You know what I mean? But I just take the deal. I'm just like, ooh, custom T-shirt for like $5 or whatever. Like, don't mind if I do. I need an extra work shirt.
Yeah.
So I'll just order one. They did like stickers, where you get like it's like 50 stickers for like $9, $10. Sometimes the fancy ones are like 20 or something. So it's like, yeah, and free shipping. Hell yeah, I'll take that deal. You know, get like 50 cents a pop or something like that.
It was
So
all good.
highly recommend them. Get the small
And
business.
again, I like it's just the logo. The logo's
Yeah,
strong. Yeah, but you can
yeah,
see it, so
it's your
that's
icon.
all you need to see.
Yeah, so we're ramping up, um, slowly ramping up like a step, like a like a handicap ramp. We're like slowly making our way up to the marketing and getting some swag and stickers and stuff done. Some other marketing materials. This weekend we have a show. I might hand some of those out just to get in people's hands, or like, tell them, hey, if you sign up for the email newsletter or whatever, you get a free sticker,
Yeah.
something like that. So we'll see. Sometimes I get sometimes I get a wild hair on my ass and I'm like, yeah, here, you get a sticker and you get a sticker. And sometimes people are like, oh, how much are these? I'm like, $3. Just depends on my mood. So, um, speaking of which,
Okay.
I uh I've been watching The Boys season 4. It's like a guilty pleasure. I kind of want to talk about that before we get into like
Okay.
D&D and like
Yeah, I
comic
heard
book
I heard
news.
the show started off strong, and then by season 3 it started to show signs of DEI, I guess.
Oh, by
And
like
then
season 2, I
season
think.
2,
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
then
it
by
was pretty
season
bad.
4 it was a train wreck, and I think the producer of it or whoever came out and said, basically if you don't like it, you're a bigot or whatever. And
Yeah, well, so the producer being Seth Rogen. So
oh
Seth
God.
Rogen, that's pretty pretty much
Can
tells
that guy
you
ruin more
all
shit,
you need to
man?
know.
He's
He
ruined Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
he's
Like, what the hell's wrong with you, man?
yeah, he's trying really hard to do that. So yeah, I don't know, man. I do not know. He he's a complete fucking douchebag. That's all I have to say about that guy. Like he just seems like a
Yeah.
total asshole. I mean, the only I used to like Seth Rogen back in the day, but that was because he made comedy shows and movies for like idiots who are high all the time. And when I was like 15, 16, and my friends and I were high all the time, we watched Pineapple Express and stuff.
Yeah.
And
Well, he was on a TV show. It was actually a really good one called Freaks and Geeks.
Freaks and Geeks, yeah, like
Yeah,
back in the like
a
early
lot of those
90s.
guys came from there, and because
Hmm.
there was a and the show only I think lasted one season, but it was really good. It was one of those shows that just never caught on and should have. It was hilarious, and especially as somebody who grew up during that era where somebody's outside the high school reading their monster manual,
Hmm.
you
Yeah,
know,
him
and
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 him and James
and
Franco.
yeah, James Franco. I mean, it was such a good show, and it just never caught on. But
It's
uh,
not normie friendly enough. It wasn't.
no,
It wasn't like Big Bang Theory.
yeah,
It was probably too. It was probably too realistic.
it was.
Like,
It really was a slice of life in those days, and it kind of poked fun at it as well, but in a very good natured way. And and then a lot of those people went on to do a lot of things during the aughts. And
yeah,
again, I liked it. There was a lot of Seth Rogen work that I liked, and James Franco and what have you. But then once things became, 2016 happened, and it just went off the rails. I mean, I feel the
yeah, a
same
lot
way
of
like
stuff.
about Kevin Smith.
Oh
Kevin
yeah,
Smith
him
did
too.
so much work that I liked. Uh,
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these guys, you knew like what their politics were. You just kind of assumed, okay, yeah, they're probably, pretty lefty. But like a lot of these guys lost their goddamn minds, and so it's like, after 2016, they had to wear everything. Like they wear their whole political identity on their sleeve. Like
yeah,
they can't just make interesting stuff. Like everything they do has to be socially engineered with their message, the message or whatever. I don't have a cool soundboard effect panel yet for that, but
Yeah.
I can get one day. But yeah, you know what I mean. It's like everything they fucking do, they just can't help themselves. Like they're just so entrenched and lazy, like I guess he can afford to. I mean, James Franco became a pretty legitimate actor. He doesn't have to do dumb shit like Seth Rogen. Um, but Seth Rogen still seems to have a lot of pull in the industry where he gets to do or he gets to fuck up what he wants.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
uh, I mean, I have more respect for James Franco. James Franco is like that guy's like a fucking rock star. That's why there's those Me Too allegations against him, I guess.
Yeah. And Seth Rogen threw him under the bus pretty much, like, oh, he's not my friend anymore type of
Oh
shit.
yeah, of course they
It's
all do
like,
that. Yeah, they'll turn on each other.
I don't know. I think somebody like Seth Rogen is those who virtue signal the hardest probably have the most
Oh,
to
he's
hide.
probably got. Yeah, that guy is probably a vile piece of shit behind the scenes.
He's got
Like,
like dead hookers in his backyard, and
yeah,
you know,
especially he's like an out and out male feminist. Like anyone who comes out publicly and they're like, "Oh, I'm a male feminist," you need to start doing background checks and
yeah. I
doing
mean, like
like
Neil, we
you
were
need.
talking about Neil Gaiman a couple weeks ago, and he's pretty much
Yeah.
been banned from a lot of. He used to give workshops and things like
Oh yeah,
he's
I'm sure.
underground now. He's basically in hiding. Neil Gaiman.
Yeah, I
Uh,
mean that's a smart thing. Just shut the fuck up and let everything blow over. That's
yeah.
really all you can do. But yeah,
But
those
like
guys like
Joss Whedon got canceled so hard, and again, Joss Whedon and Kevin Smith actually did work in comics. So they
yeah,
actually wrote certain comic books, mainstream, not like
yeah,
indie
for
stuff.
sure.
They do this issue of Superman or do this in, so they would do it. And I think Kevin Smith even directed some episodes of like the Flash and the Arrowverse and
Yeah,
things like that back in
yeah,
the
he did.
day. So he definitely is a comic nerd, but for some reason after 2016 or whatever, it just took a turn and they chose a side. And I
Yeah,
think,
but their side is so it's just sad. Like I was watching a video earlier today and the guy was just talking about how it's funny is like the anthropology of the NPC meme. And it's like so many of these people are so that's why I say it's their identity is like they're so politically captured that they have to support whatever the current thing is. Like they have no principles. They have to like, oh, I have to support this because it's my side or my team or my tribe. Even though what they're supporting or what they're pushing is like completely retarded and it's like completely antithetical or makes them look like a dumbass.
yeah.
Like from week to week they could look completely foolish because like
And the
what they're
thing is, they may
supporting.
not even support it, but they have to say that they do just to
Yeah,
keep, to be relevant.
yeah, exactly. So they're just trying to be cool and hip. Like they think that's cool and hip, but they have no fucking idea like what kids are actually into. Well, I guess maybe like it's kind of weird. Uh, I hate to bring it to like gender because people are gonna be like, well, what does that have to do with a lot? It has to do with a lot. So like if they think, oh yeah, we're virtue signaling and constantly talking about bullshit that doesn't matter or doesn't like match up with reality in the real world. I mean that I guess is still them just pandering to like teenage girls. Because I was about to say, well, they're completely disconnected and out of touch with like young people, like the people they're trying to be hip and virtue signal to, like the TikTok generation, like Gen Z and Gen Alpha now. But then I thought about it for a second and I'm like, oh, no, wait, like millennial women and Gen Z, a lot of the women, like they're still super liberal and they believe a bunch of frankly retarded bullshit. It's the guys that are like completely like disconnected from culture and society.
Yeah, I mean, like, so they
So,
just created this Acolyte TV show on Disney, and it seems like
mhm.
by the time the show ended, 90% of the audience was not tuned in.
Yeah, yeah,
Um,
because like when you given the opportunity, like boys and girls, men and women, like women will. It's like you said, they have to say it because it's like a part of their religion or whatever. They have to say it publicly. But given the choice, like a lot of women don't like any of this bullshit that they're shoving down their throats. I mean,
no,
you can tell with the viewer numbers. Like when people are asked
exactly.
anonymously, like yeah, like when people are polled anonymously, and a lot of times they'll tell you the truth. Like they'll tell you how they really feel. But then women are constantly like, "Oh yeah, no, no, I support the sisterhood." Like go girls. But if they support all this bullshit, then or if they
Yeah,
really were delusional and were like, yeah, I have the same interests that boys have and other guys have, then you'd see that play out in the viewership numbers, but they don't because they don't care. They don't like it.
no, they're not into it. They'll say, "Oh, we want, yeah, more women in Star Wars." They don't tune in. Oh, female Thor, that's great. They don't buy the comic,
Right.
and
Yeah, that's cool. It's just like people who walk by our table at a show and they're like, "Oh yeah, yeah, you guys are doing great. Keep it up." That's literally
sure,
what they're doing on like Instagram and X. When they give a little up vote, they're like, "Yeah, I like that. That's cool. I like that for you." Like if Disney really cared about attracting a female audience, they would just like hire YouTubers and influencers on TikToks and have like a live stream makeup tutorial.
no, they
And
would.
be like,
You know what they would
I hate to
do
say
is
it, but like
they would
they would.
accentuate the female brand. Like Barbie was a huge film last year because it
Mhm.
was a film uh, f- that was
Yeah, it was female
female
centric.
centric.
Yeah, yeah. I
And
mean, just stuff like that.
Disney's turning boy brands into girl brands, and so the boys are
Mhm.
leaving, and the girls aren't coming in.
Yeah, it's not even they're turning into a girl brand. It's just like androgynous sludge. Like they're
Yeah,
just replacing them with females or whatever, and they're like, "Oh, see, this is good. You should want this." It's like, because again, they're still trying to socially engineer these TV shows and films
yeah,
to women to be like, "Hey, you should be more like a man." And girls aren't stupid. Like I
no,
joke all the time about how retarded women are, but like they're not dumb. Like women are
no.
pretty smart in general. Like they know themselves. They understand what their preferences are. You know what I mean?
I mean,
Like
like
they
Barbie was feminine, and
yeah,
Barbie
they like
was
feminine shit.
celebrated femininity, and
Yeah, most
you know,
girls aren't like hyper woke, pierced, tattooed, blue hair, like saint worshippers.
driving a truck. You know,
Yeah, or
"Dude,
just like
get my
bitching and
truck.
complaining. Yeah, they still want, they still like feminine stuff. They want to be feminine. So it's just like when people are trying to constantly shame them for being feminine, that's public in the media, but given the chance, they're like, "Fuck this! I'd much rather watch Barbie." Yeah, it's fun. We all go out, we take pictures, we dress up. You know, we dress up like Barbie. Like, yeah, when we went to go see the Barbie and like the Oppenheimer movies or whatever, like there were like all kinds of, frankly, like young, attractive women came out of the woodwork, to go see the movie because like they're like, "Oh my god, yeah." Like something actually for how they constantly say like, "Oh, it's for a modern audiences." Like this is for females. Like they actually made something for females, and then shocking, they made millions of dollars. But they would have to actually abandon their idea that men and women are just interchangeable widgets that are the same in every way and don't have their own preferences and everything. You know what I mean? Like they'd have to abandon their retarded religious ideas. So, speaking
Well,
of,
and again, yeah, it's like if they
yeah,
made Barbie look like a man or act like a man,
right.
it's not the
Well,
Barbie
that
that girls grew up with. The film would have just fell on its
right.
face.
Well, that only goes but one way. Like they're not going to make Barbie look like a man. They're going to make um they're just going to keep making like the only reason they make like for example like video game heroines look more mannish and ugly, excuse me, is because they're also male centric. And a lot of the game developers who are like diversity hire women are ugly. You know, like the women who are actually designers or developers, or I guess what they call product managers. You know, like
Yeah.
so they like project themselves into it. But yeah, if it's like female oriented, they're not gonna fuck up the female character. Like they'll just fuck up male oriented stuff. And if they still have to shoehorn a female protagonist in there, they're like, well, she's not gonna be attractive. Like here you guys go. You wanted a you wanted a female uh lead, right? And we're like, yeah, that's cool. She's gonna be attractive. And they're like, no, 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 no. Like, oh, that's why we were excited for it. It's like, oh, okay, well, shut up. So, um, but yeah, going back to Seth Rogen and things that he fucks up. So, yeah, so I was watching the season 4 of The Boys. I mean, I would highly not recommend it to anybody. I'm kind of only watching it. In fact, if they come out with the season 5, I'm not watching it. Like this was the end. Um, when I saw the end, the season finale of the show, I was like, that's fine. This is like
Yeah,
the
you're
end of the
done.
show. Well, yeah, I was rooting for the villains, frankly, because I was like, so I know you're not going to watch it, so I'm just going to give you some spoilers. So at the end of this, and it's totally derailed, by the way. Like you can say whatever you want about the comic, but it's not even like the comic anymore. Whereas the comic still had some sort of like grounding principles and ideals for the like the characters. The show is just like shitting all over the characters, and it's really weird. It's it's kind
It's
of
like they
like,
took a left turn, right? Like,
well, it's not just that. It's like they're projecting the mind of Seth Rogen or like some retard liberal like conspiracy theorist or ideologue. Like it's a good view. It's literally a view into the mind of one of these people. So like well, let me back up. So at the end of the season, like all the boys people, the group, they're all on the run because the villains basically got what they want and now they run the country. And so they're like, oh, we got to go underground or split up or whatever to fight back. And the only one kind of like not caught or fucked or whatever is Butcher. And I was like, perfect. That's a good end. The villains basically win because yeah, when I say you see into the mind of these people, so like all of the villains are pro America. They in this season they explicitly talk about like a lot of the things that like I guess what you call like Republicans, conservative right wingers in the country talking about, like the anti-white hate. Uh, they have them talk about like Antifa and SJWs and shit,
yeah,
and like BLM. But when they talk about it, since they're the villains and you're supposed to hate them because they're evil, right? It's all like propaganda. So like in the mind of a religious like zealot leftist, like an ideologically captured liberal, their perception of the right wing person is en masse right wing people are really fucking dumb and they're basically cult of personality worshippers that worship like Homelander because he's like a true American hero, even though he's like a horrible psychopath, but also has this like weird breast milk fetish and craves the validation of people. Like he's supposed to be so he's no longer scary. Like there's no suspense. Like all the intensity of this character has gone out the window. Now it's just like sad and silly because they'll still have him like murdering people and just like ripping people apart, but it's just special effects. Like there's just squibs. There's no like
Yeah.
I don't feel bad for the people he's murdering. I don't. They're either other members of this evil Vought corporation, um, or they're, like the horrible, murderous, like drug addict, uh, abortion, superheroes, like all of the typical leftist things, uh, like the leftist memes. It's a lot of memes too. It's like a lot of like buzzwords. It's not like deep philosophically left. It's just it's just as bad for the left wing things as it is the right wing things. It's just the right wing things are completely off base. Like they continue saying stuff like okay, so another example, outside of their like the villains are spreading all the propaganda, so the villains are actually like Nazi psychopaths, and even like back to season 2 or 3 where they had like literal Nazis. But so they're like really just tricking the public into believing them and using them as useful idiots. It's like, no, that's what you do. Like
Yeah.
that's what your people do. So that's why I say it's like an interesting. It's like, as much as the show is awful and infuriating and nothing like the comic anymore, like it's completely deviated from the comic. It's like an interesting case study into how some of these people think, like how they view the world, because the quote unquote heroes are or hold on, back up. So the point I was making is so like one of the heroes, Starlight, is there she's a part of like a Starlighters, and they're all about like resist, and like, oh,
Yeah.
fight the power and the patriarchy, and they have all those stupid buzzwords. But one of the villains, I guess, leaks that like she got an abortion because she got pregnant from one of the other boys members, and they weren't ready to have the baby, or it's like, oh, I don't want to bring a baby into this fucked up world. All the typical like
Right.
excuses to murder your children and not be a responsible
Population
woman. Yeah,
control.
yeah,
Yeah.
all the stupid liberal bullshit talking points, which is just a whole facade. By the way, anyone who's wondering like, oh, why do people talk like that? If you're on the right, let me explain it to you. It's literally just abdication of responsibility. All of the other shit is just like, what's it called? Post hoc rationalization. It's just a justification for doing shit that they don't want to do. And you may think, well, if they know that, that's horribly evil, isn't it? Yes, it is. It is. Yeah, of course it
Yeah.
is. Like for someone to go out of their way to like murder their own child because they don't want to take responsibility, and they like their feelings are hurt because it gets in the way of their career, or
Yeah. And it's
whatever
not
other
like
bullshit.
pregnancy is like cancer. It's not something you
Yeah.
wake up with, you know.
Right, of course. These are shit they did. Like intentionally. They did.
Yeah.
Like Starlight doesn't get pregnant in the show because she got raped, like Butcher's wife, which they changed that storyline because in the show they kind of cucked him. Like he kind of, it's almost like she wanted to. It's really fucking dumb. Anyways, that's setting that aside. It's not like any of the actual fringe reasons that people will bring up for like why, like to justify why abortion might be necessary, which no one has ever argued in the history of ever. Um, it's literally because they say something like, "Yeah, it's just I don't want to bring a child up in this world. Like it's not good for us." It's like, then
Yeah.
why the fuck do you get pregnant? Like, just prevent having a child, you
Yeah.
know. But it's the retarded like pseudo. Again, it's just a religious principle. It's like it's a death cult. Like it's just like, oh, the world is going to implode, and so anyways, whatever. We don't have to go into all that, but so she has an abortion and it's leaked or whatever, and so like people hate her, right? Like people hate her because she was raised Christian, and she's supposed to have all these Christian values. And so they treat that though as like um actually up until like the end of the season where a villain character tells her basically to her face like, no, you're actually kind of a piece of shit, you need to look in the mirror. And she's like, oh, maybe I am. Like, yeah, maybe you are. You need to actually be accountable and take responsibility for the shit you do. It's like, yeah, that's true. I don't know why this is the villain saying this and not.
Holding women accountable. Of course, he's a villain.
Yeah, well, it's like a shape changer superhero, so they literally like
No, he's
have the
non-binary.
memories of the right, but they have the memories of the character of her, and like they know how she felt. It's like she has a speech about like, oh yeah, everyone's the same, all you people are the same. Every time I get someone's memories and feelings, like I feel how you felt. Uh, you always justify it to yourselves about how you're the good person in your story. And it's funny because I'm the sociopath. That's what they say. It's like,
Yeah.
yeah, but I'm the sociopath. Somehow you guys can't actually come to the conclusion that you're pieces of shit and it's worse because you're deluding yourself into thinking you're a good person. Or at least I know what I'm doing is not good. It's like, yeah, that's that's a great monologue. And so that's one of the reasons I'm on the side of the super villains. Apparently, the acting as superheroes. I mean, some of them are just like, okay, you're a cartoon character villainous, um, like they made Homelander because they stripped away his comic book character, which has justification for what like a legit justification. Like why he does what he does and why people perceive him being evil behind the scenes and all this shit. Like he has a clone and the clone does a bunch of fucked up shit and he thinks it's him, so he goes crazy. Anyways, there's like an actual story and he has an actual character arc, not really in the show. They just cherry pick parts of the comic that suit their agenda. So uh what else happened? So, anyways, yeah, people hate her, and they put that as like, oh well, she's a poor victim, and all these right wing villains are
All right.
evil because they made her look bad, like they pointed out what she did, and it's just like, oh, and you're supposed to feel bad for her, and it's like I don't feel bad for you. So there's her, and then like some of the boys members, they work for the CIA, so they work for a shadowy like government black op or group that's like tasked with taking down evil superheroes and stuff, but like they're constantly murdering people and like they're like drug addicts and awful people. So like these are like the liberals' hero. So like it
Okay.
doesn't matter how shitty of a person you are, like all of the horrible things you've done, because as long as you're the underdog and you're fighting against like quote unquote the oppressor, it's literally just purely about power. Like
So yeah,
there's
the ends justify the means.
right, but for no moral reason. Like there's no morality involved. It's just completely subjective. But at that point, it's like who fucking cares? Like you're all shitty people. Just give everybody the fucking serum and let everyone become superheroes. Because the way to solve the problem that they have in their universe is like you either have to kill all the superheroes or just do the thing from the villain from Invincible or whatever, where it's like, okay, if everyone's a superhero, then no one's a superhero. Problem solved.
Yeah,
Like,
and
who
then
fucking
what's the
cares?
point? And I think that's what we're seeing in a lot of this modern entertainment is that there really is no line of demarcation between heroes and villains,
Yeah, because
and
it's just
it
about
loses
power.
it loses all of its. I mean, they did that with Star Wars with the acolyte. The Jedi are now bad or
Yeah,
something like that.
because the people that are popular or good, they have to be evil because these losers, they only care about power. So if they say like, oh well, I don't want hierarchies, but they are dumb, so they don't understand that like no matter what system you create, there's going to be a hierarchy. That's how humans work. That's how like every animal works. And so their hierarchy is just literally who's in power. Okay, great. This person's in power, then I'm the underdog. And like surprise, surprise, most leftists are weak losers. So like of course they think that everyone who is in power is evil
Yeah.
because it gives them justification to do horrible, awful things to people. And well, like you're just evil. So it's fine.
Well,
It's
it's like
fine
the
that
reaction we saw from a week and a half ago, that incident, and some
yeah,
of the
I have a hot take about that. I don't know if this is a hot take or not, but I don't care that they think that way. Like I knew that they thought that way. I didn't know that was a fucking secret. I didn't know
right.
that was so controversial. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, and frankly, I don't care about them either. So like
No,
I have it's like the feeling's mutual, bud. Like I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh, I'm so much better than you. I'm gonna virtue signal. That I hate that shit when right wing people do that.
I do
Like
too.
they virtue signal about like, well, we have the moral high ground because we would never bitch, please. Like, shut the fuck up. Like if Donald Trump tomorrow did all the things the left accuse him of, like he gets the military, he does all these fucking military tribunals, he like rounds up and executes all of these Democrats for treason, like you're telling me that right wing people are not going to be cheering in the streets? Like, I don't understand. Like, don't you want someone like some charismatic leader to do the things that you wish you could, but you're too big of a cuck or a pussy to do? Like, isn't that what most of right wing people want? Am I confused? Like, am I wrong?
Yeah.
Like, isn't that what they want? They want
I
Jesus
mean,
to come back and punish
they
the wicked?
declared war on
Like,
basically normies because they call everybody alt right. They call people who
mhm,
are classic liberals. They call anybody who's over 40
mhm.
alt right.
Yeah.
So they declared war a long time ago. I want nothing to do with these people, and that's probably why I don't watch a lot of modern entertainment, because I know
Mhm.
maybe it'll start off good, but it's going to devolve into what, like The Boys did. Season 1 was strong, it devolved, and now it's
Oh,
unwatchable.
but
And
yeah, but these people are pussies too. So they changed the name of the episode because it was supposed to be something with like assassination in the title,
oh yeah, I
and they
remember
fucking
hearing about
changed
that.
it to just like episode 10 or whatever. I'm like, you fucking faggots. Like, you pussies. You're telling me that you've been so, and then of course when the culture is shifting slightly, here come all the cuck right wingers out of the woodwork. Oh, like as soon as the culture shifts ever so slightly into the right wing where people left wingers are now afraid, and like now they're getting a taste of their own medicine, and like now the rules are being enforced equally, actually fairly, where it's like you talk about banned, you're banned. Like that Destiny guy, banned off all platforms. Here come all these fucking
Yeah,
cucks.
and this is the guy that
Oh,
told
you.
Sneeko that there's no such thing as you can have freedom of speech, but not freedom of consequences. You're not
Yeah,
deserved a
here's your consequences,
platform.
bitch.
It's like, okay, consequences. There you go. And
Right, but
so
here come
rules
all
for
the right.
me and not for thee. And
Right, but here
you
come all
know,
the right wing cucks. Oh, we're better than them. We can't stoop to their level. You can't use the same tactics against them. That would make us just as bad as them. Like they smell a little bit of victory, and here they come to fucking tear the win away. Like wrenching fucking victory from the jaws of defeat. You know what I
yep,
mean? Like
yeah.
here they are to throw themselves into the fire of defending my liberals. Like,
I
oh, I
mean,
gotta defend my
I
fucking
on a
liberals.
philosophical level,
Fuck you.
I can see their point, but we're in a war. And in
Mhm.
a war or a street fight, if somebody's fighting dirty, you fight dirty too, because you want to win. Whatever
Yeah,
it takes to win. You're in the
right.
fight. You can't get out of it. So you got to win.
Right.
And
You have to win. Like,
and that's what these people
principles.
don't realize. They don't realize that we've been at war
Yeah.
for almost a decade now with these idiots.
Oh, longer than that. This is
Yeah,
before you
and
and me.
the damage that they've done to everything, and it's like, I want to be the bigger person, and it's like, you're not going to win that
Yeah.
way.
No, they're gonna.
Just keep losing.
Yeah, because they've never known what winning actually feels like. They're like, oh, this is a weird sensation. All I do is bitch and complain all day. So if I'm in a winning situation, I actually have to oh man, I have to like go outside and be
I mean, I
happy.
hope all these people lose their livelihood and lose their this and lose it and end up
Yeah,
in the fucking street. And I'm serious, and I don't give a
yeah.
shit.
That's what I'm saying.
Because
Like,
and that's what is happening. We're seeing the layoffs, like in the video game industry, layoffs left and right, 20,000 in a year and a half. More,
mhm.
definitely more on the way. Um, Disney
Yeah,
is
but
downsized, Sony is downsized, Warner Brothers is downsized.
right.
We're
But the
seeing
problem is still
downsizing.
institutional though. Like, it's the
But they're
the
getting rid of a
government.
lot of the DEI crap, a lot of those DEI idiots. And what's ironic about that is
Yeah,
the only
but
reason they could grow their DEI departments was because of Trump's economy.
yeah, because they're so wealthy, they can
Yeah,
afford to hire
and so
worthless
now the
people.
the economy's in the toilet, and it's Biden's economy, the person who they love and tried to put in and did everything they could to put in, and he's the one screwing them. And these people are too stupid to realize it. The irony is amazing.
Mhm. Yeah, but I want to fight for a world where in the good times, like, you don't have these people trying to destroy everything. Like, I
Yeah.
want some stability. I don't want, and maybe this is wishful thinking, but I don't like, I want to win and I want to stay one. Like, I want to stay on top. I don't want to always be on the back foot and be like, well, I can't wait for the bad times because then these fuckers will finally, you know, they'll finally get their asses beat by reality. Like, I want to
Yeah.
enjoy the good times for what they
I
are.
mean, the fact that we have to debate about protecting kids just shows you how far we've fallen. I mean, again, in my lifetime, I've never there was always things that people from both sides of the aisle could agree on. And now there's absolutely nothing. It's basically
Right, but
your
why is it
team,
even a
which is a civil war. It really is in a way.
but why is
It
it even a
is.
debate? I mean, it's like I said earlier. If all they care about is power, yeah, you have to win. When you're at war, you have to be in power, so you can then have the luxury of your principles. Like, so then you can apply your principles. But
I
if you
mean,
don't win, you're not.
right now, there's a group in DC painting the Liberty Bell, burning the American flag. Basically, this is a coup. This is a insurrection going on right now in DC. Nobody's reporting
Yeah,
it. The only
but
place you can find anything is on X or Twitter. And yet, if I do donuts on a crosswalk or even leave a skid mark on a crosswalk with a rainbow flag, I'm hit with a felony. These Nothing happens
yeah,
to these
because the
people.
government will defend
What in the hell is
leftists.
going on?
Right, but why aren't people doing anything? Like, why aren't the people of DC going out and fucking those people up, stopping them? That's what I'm saying. Like, why? Like, I don't understand why. It is like most of the male population at this point just full of retarded autistic people. Like, when I say,
Hmm.
why are you even having a conversation with people? I like, we all know it's retarded that you even have to be debating today uh, about people fucking with children, like all kinds
Yeah.
of stupid shit with children, up to like pedophilia. Why is anyone talking about it? Like, we all know it's retarded, so why aren't we fucking doing something about it? Like, why are you even giving? And the only reason it's happening like this now is because these people have gotten so much ground over the past few decades that they can push for this. Like, what the fuck? Why is this like? I don't understand why this is even a conversation. But men will just autistically be like, "Well, I have to point out to why that's not factually accurate, and I have to correct you because you're wrong and I'm right." Like, what? What? Because that's all I hear from the right. All I hear from
Yeah.
the right is autistic, uh, like frankly retarded male brain. Like, well, actually, I have to correct you there. You're wrong because mechanically, uh, you shouldn't have children based on these principles. But I don't see people actually standing up for their fucking principles, and I don't see people actually fighting to win so they can actually have a future for their family and their people and their country.
No, I mean
I
there's
don't see
so
any of
much
that.
evidence that they stole the 2020 election and that January 6th was a setup. And when Tucker Carlson released his videos on Fox, they fired him. You know,
Yeah, but you could see with
that
your
showed
own
people
eyes.
walking in a single file line. They were led in. This wasn't an insurrection. Nobody had guns. Nobody was armed. You know, but yet to this day, idiots like Destiny, who have lost many debates on this topic, he's been just posting L's and L's and L's,
Right, but
whether it's
you
Jordan
understand.
Peterson. He won't. The reason for a debate is to have your mind, to change your mind or to change your point of view. And
Right,
this
but are
idiot
you
gets
but
slaughtered, and he's about to get slaughtered tomorrow on the Crucibles channel. They're going to
but
have a
why do
debate.
you feel the need to win in a debate? Like, why do you feel the need to debate this guy? Everyone knows he's retarded.
Yeah,
Okay, so why? Like, that's my point.
exactly.
No, but that's
Exactly.
that's what I'm asking. Like, I'm even
Well,
asking you. Like, why do you
I
care?
wouldn't deal. I can't deal with children, like him. But Andrew's just going to do it because he loves squashing the guy. I mean, Andrew squashed him a few times, and the Destiny put him on his blacklist or whatever. And now,
Yeah,
guess they're going to have
and
a debate about January 6th again, which he already got squashed on by I think Nick Rekieta or somebody like that. And he's about to get squashed again. I'm just going to enjoy
right, and I'm
watching
sure
Destiny Spurg and Andrew make fun of him
right,
for
and I'm
doing
sure
so.
you and tens of thousands of other people are gonna just enjoy watching it. And then at the end of the
Yeah.
day, you'll like feel good about yourselves and pat yourselves on the back and be like, "Oh man, he slaughtered Destiny." And meanwhile, the left controls every institution of power. So while this fucking
Yep.
Andrew guy sits on the internet yelling and debating with some fucking loser, uh, that his whole life is trying to fuck OnlyFans models, like OnlyFans whores. And this
Yeah.
guy's gonna slaughter him, like you say. And then at the end of the day, what happened? Nothing. It's like right wingers need to get off their fucking like
Well,
they love.
it's the same thing that went on with, they had all these councils of, just like they're doing now with this assassination attempt. They're bringing in they brought an FBI guy who said nothing. He said, "Well, you have to talk to the Secret Service." Well, they already talked to the Secret Service, and she said you have to talk to. They're playing this shell game. Nothing's going to
Yeah, she's not
happen to
gonna
these
resign.
people. She
They told
resigned,
him.
but again, we're not going to get answers out of this. They don't want to give us
Oh,
answers
she
out of
did
this
resign.
assassination attempt.
She did resign.
She did, yeah.
Okay, so
The day after
there actually
she got
wasn't.
grilled, but
So
now
actually,
they
she
had an
did get enough
FBI
social
guy.
pressure.
They had an FBI guy on there, and he's
Okay.
again kicking the can down the road. There's no accountability. There's no responsibility. There are no answers. Nobody knows what the fuck. It's been almost 2 weeks. Nobody knows anything. We have to wait till the reports, and it's utter bullshit. And when we were talking about like social media back in the Trump days of them suppressing things, and even after, like with ivermectin and COVID and all this other bullshit, and they all denied it. Zuckerberg got in front. No, we don't know anything. And you had the guy of Twitter and all this stuff. We're not suppressing people on the right. We're not doing this, which was all bullshit. These people got grilled, they got embarrassed, but nothing changed until
Yeah.
Elon finally came in and just said, "Okay, I'm going to buy Twitter and fuck
Yeah, and
off."
he's not even right wing.
No.
Right. He bought it.
No,
He actually did something.
but he's the one. You can't have Elon Musk solve your problems for you. These
That's
people
what
are,
I'm saying. That's
yeah,
what I'm saying. Like, like right wingers need to stop bitching and like they love the NPC meme, but there's millions of NPC right wingers out there
yeah,
who are sitting around like patting themselves on the back, like, oh man, I felt so good about this thing that mattered absolutely fuck all, and we all need to get off our fucking ass and take the power back. Like we need to win. We need to take power back of institutions
yep,
that left wing people control. You
yeah.
need to get off your fucking
We
ass
can't
and
we
go do
can't just
something.
point out the hypocrisy, because that's what Congress, they'll point out the hypocrisy or the fact that these people don't, and then nothing happens to them. Nothing's happened since the 2020 election. There's been
Yeah, because
all kinds of evidence that has
right wingers are
come out.
lazy pussy. I'll just say it. I'll just say it. Look, I consider myself on the right wing, but uh I don't affiliate with. This is why like I don't vote and I don't affiliate with myself with most of the right wing people because they're all giant fucking pussies and they're fucking lazy. Like
Yeah.
they'll sit here till the end of the day. It's like some stupid bitch husband who's like, "Oh my god, I have this feeling that my wife is cheating on me." Like, "Oh god, I know she's doing something. I can fucking feel it." And then he'll climb a fucking mountain to prove the truth. Like to prove that he's right. Like, "Aha, I caught you, bitch. I finally figured it out." And then nothing. And then it
Yeah.
comes to the time to actually stand up, like pull your nuts out of your fucking butthole and stand up and actually do something and take
Well,
action.
yeah, give somebody some consequences.
Yeah, and apply consequences, like take the power back and be like, okay, do something, anything, like use your imagination on what you should be doing and nothing. Like, "Oh, okay, I guess I'm just a cuck. Oh, okay, oh, my kids aren't mine? Oh, whatever. Oh, I guess we should just go to couples therapy. Oh, you wanna have an open relationship? Oh, okay, I guess so. You already cheated on me.
Whatever.
Might
Yeah.
as well, whatever." Like,
I don't want to die alone. You know.
yeah. So, I'm telling the right wingers out there that I share values with. Like, I agree with you. I want us to win. Um you need to stop being giant fucking lazy pussies and get out there and actually do something.
I mean,
Like,
personally, I want nothing to do with left wingers, and I will not. And in fact, an
yeah, but
article
you
just came out that that the shots do cause myocarditis. Wow, big
yeah,
fucking revelation.
yeah, big
Um,
revelation.
yeah.
Congratulations.
So
Now
I
what?
was right. So everybody who treated me in every institution, every small business I went to, many of them have closed since COVID, and I'm glad they closed and fuck off. I'm not forgiving those people ever. And I don't
Yeah,
care
I
what,
mean,
as a Christian, because these people aren't Christian, they don't deserve forgiveness because they are in league with demons. So anybody in league with a demon is not worth forgiveness.
yeah,
So
I
fuck
mean,
them. You want COVID
when
amnesty? Suck my balls.
yeah, I mean, when I was contracting for this company, and they were basically like the company who hired me and contracted me out with them was just like kicking dirt and holding their hands and not giving me a fucking answer. Meanwhile, the company was like, "Oh, you guys are all going to get the vaccine. You guys are all going to get vaccinated, or you're fired." Like, and I was like, "Okay, well, my contract's up in a couple months. Better better start looking for something because I'm going to get terminated." Like, I didn't sit there and roll over and be like, "Oh, okay, I guess I'll go get the fucking vaccine, guys. Okay, sorry to inconvenience you." Like, these middle management pussies aren't going to decide the fate of my life. Like, I don't understand. Like, I wasn't brought up in some like hyper masculine household. I just listen to like I just apply my actual principles. Like, I stand up for them. and I have self-interest. Like, I'm not gonna cuck out and fall on the sword for my health. Like, I don't understand what like you aren't these people? Don't you have any level of self-interest where these people are like, or are they just always gonna cuck out because they're
No,
weak,
not only
pathetic
that,
pussies?
not only did they cuck
Like,
out, they turned the tables on those of us who wouldn't get vaccinated. And now
right?
you're the ones killing us, you
Yeah, they
piece
stab
selfish
you.
piece of shit.
Yeah, they
And
stab you in the back.
that's where the line's drawn. My attitude is if you want to get vaccinated or wear a mask, go right ahead. I don't care. I'm not going to give you shit for it. Don't tell me to do it. Don't treat me like a second class citizen
Yeah.
because I refuse to.
So all those so-called conservatives, where their conservative value is just maintaining the status quo,
Yeah.
not actual conservative, like traditionally conservative values. I I don't affiliate with any of those people. They're all giant pieces of shit. Like they're all giant faggots, and fuck those people. And you know what I did after that contract? I found I'm not gonna say it, and I don't list it publicly because I'm not fucking stupid. But I found a company that's based, and I actually get to work with like normal average people, and most of them, shocker, are like conservative. And yeah, in their meetings, they go, um, yeah, fuck bullshit, fuck COVID, fuck vaccine. Like, they're not dumb. They know what's up. Like, even when I first got there, they're like, oh, is this some like dipshit uh, millennial kid that's like gonna rat me out to fucking HR for talking like a normal guy? And I mean, this was after like another company that I was, working for from an old friend or whatever. But like the eventual one I got to, I was like, oh yeah, these people seem pretty smart. Um,
Yeah, but I was
so
fortunate during that time where I work because, again, we're a red state, and yeah, you don't have to get vaccinated. We didn't shut down, you know, and so my income stayed the same
yeah, there
and
you
all that
go.
stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it actually
so
benefited me. I mean, I made a bunch of fucking money. I got to start working remote. That was great. So like, I turned COVID into a positive.
yeah,
Even before I was working for a company that was gonna fire me for not getting vaccinated or whatever. Uh, yeah. So I mean, anyway, so like my point is you just do anything. Like these people that you're so afraid of and you constantly cuck to, like they're giant pussies too. In fact, they're more afraid of you than you are of them.
yeah.
So all you
All
have
they're
to
gonna
do
do is
is
call you a bigot. Who gives a shit at this point?
yeah, all you have to do is stand up to them a little bit.
Just stick their
And guess
fucking
what?
head in the toilet and flush, and they'll get in line
Yeah, and people
because
will
that's what they are.
people will actually respect you more. Like you people in your local community, gasp, like they'll respect you. Um Anyways, I don't know, man. It's like and like I'm not talking it's funny I mentioned like before we got on the show, like Sticker Mule, apparently the owner of that company is actually pretty based or whatever. Like go work for one of those companies. Go work for someone like that. I mean, you can't even if you constantly ignore left-wing people, like you're still going to have to do something. And what are people calling it? Like a parallel economy? You can do that. Like most of the companies that um facilitate like regular working class people and stuff, those are right we're still like pretty conservative people. Like construction companies, that kind of stuff, like
Yeah,
anything out there. Make your own company.
yeah. They
Like
have
I
real work to do. Yeah.
yeah, like I decided to start a publishing company. I'm not talking about like, I mean, there's a big thing we could all get together and do. Like, but in between that, there's a lot of things you can do. There's a lot of steps you can do. Like, get involved in your local government, like people you can actually affect and impact. Like, get involved in like start
School
your
board, whatever.
yeah, your own local community, something. Like, join a fucking mosque if you're too big of a pussy. Like, join a religious organization where the men are actually fucking masculine. Like, it was so pathetic that in that one city, like Dearborn or whatever, or there was like a city where or town where like they started trying to pull that super gay shit in the school, and it's where like a majority of the kids that go into that school, or there's like a significant proportion of kids that were Muslim and like their Muslim parents, and they came down on those school board members fucking hard. Like they put the
Yep.
fear of Allah in those bitches,
Yep.
and they turned that shit around quickly because Muslims don't fuck around. Like even like moderate Muslims, they don't fuck around. They're not
No, and
bitches. They're
that's
not
the
just
thing,
gonna
and
roll
that's
over
what
and
we're
cuck
in
for
for.
you.
If they want to replace us with
So
Muslims, they don't realize that they're the ones who are going to be tossed off rooftops, and they're the ones who are going to.
yeah, who
These
cares? They're
feminists are going to.
retarded.
Their rights are going to be stripped away, and they're the ones who are going to be,
Right,
raped
but
in the
like
streets.
but Americans need to fucking do their own country. Like they should want to have their own traditions and culture maintained, their own value systems.
Well, I
Like
mean,
you
the
shouldn't have to
media
fucking
and everything has been telling us that America's bad and our culture's bad, and it's
yeah, who gives a shit? Again,
Christian,
we know they're evil. We know they don't give a shit. We know they think we're evil and they want to kill us all. Like
yeah,
any person should know that at this point. Like where the fuck have you been? Why have you not been paying attention? Like who cares about the validation of a bunch of fucking losers? Who cares? Who
yeah,
cares what they say
exactly.
about you? Like Jesus Christ. I'm not talking about like, some companies like will never be taken over. Like the UFC, that's like the most masculine people that could ever be an organization. You know what I mean? Like more masculine, like the UFC, Dana White and those guys tell people to go fuck off more than the actual US military. Like it's
Yeah,
pathetic.
or the NFL or any other
Or
sport.
the NFL or any other, like that's hyper masculine men who go to war in an instant because they literally beat the shit out of each other for sport and money. Like you don't have to be that hard. You just have to tell people no. Like you can be polite about it. It's just so sad. So, anyways, for all the people out there that are now gonna, well, we don't have many viewers, anyways. But I was just gonna say, like, incoming a bunch of comments about like, uh, like, oh, these guys are hypocrites, or oh, they're like left wingers. I kind of feel bad for Eric July. This is gonna be a weird segue, but like I saw some like Katie did clips or whatever, or like the Frog G Tony guy, who's what is it? His nickname's like the Anointed CG guy,
Yeah, yeah,
even
the
though he's just like
chosen.
some random Mexican in New Jersey who just
He's
watches
in
like,
Chicago, I
oh,
think.
he's in Chicago. Okay,
Yeah,
so he's somewhere in like the Northeast, and he's basically just bitching about Eric July. Like we like to look at Eric July videos and laugh at him because we're involved in making comics, and like it's a good case study to see like, hey, this is maybe what you should and shouldn't do if if you want to make comics, or like, hey, here's this asshole telling you like you shouldn't get into comics, and we're trying to say, hey, maybe if you do want to get into comics, here's some tips. Like or like
yeah,
you should do something. You should be more self-sufficient. Like you should start your own company. If you're talented or you develop the skills, like you should get off your ass. But here's these guys criticizing Eric July because they have no fucking idea what they're talking. I kind of want to make a video, like a separate video about this,
well, Tony is making
but
a
like,
comic.
oh, he is. I
Yeah,
can't
he's
tell
making a
because
comic. It's another it's another frog comic that'll be out there, and
oh well, good.
it's got Finatra doing the art.
Oh, good. Because I
Yeah,
want everyone who's criticizing everyone to make their own shit, so we can all, it all comes into the public eye, so we can all criticize everyone's shit and
yeah,
actually sharpen, you know,
but yeah,
sharpen each other's
he's
iron.
actually working on a book, so and has been. I think it's going as slow as mine, so I
Yeah.
haven't talked to those guys in a while. So
Well, so the reason I bring that up is because these guys, and like a lot of people don't fundamentally understand that uh, people have self interest and they want power and they want to, and their values change based on like their circumstances and their environment. A lot of times, so like they're sitting here criticizing Eric July when he came out with a video recently about like, oh, I was never that political, or like he's basically walking back all the stuff he would talk about. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? And he's like, I obviously hiring like
he is.
females and SJWs and stuff. And they're like, well, he's a giant hypocrite. Like, what you need to understand is like he's now in a position of power and influence. Like, say what you will about his declining sales, but he's doing exactly what someone would do now that they have power. Like, now that they have money and success. Like, he doesn't give a shit about being the right wing underdog. Like, he doesn't care about calling out the gay shit because he is the gay shit now. Like, he cares about stability and maintaining his influence and power. That's why he has like a cabal of these like YouTubers like constantly covering for him and like licking his butthole, even though they don't read the comic book and they don't buy it and they don't give a shit. Like
Yeah,
they're all just and they're chasing each other's clout. All that is their own little group and clique, like trying to maintain their power structure because they're successful YouTubers. Like they have a bunch of subscribers and they make a lot of money, and they have like a lot. They have a lot of influence over people, obviously, like just
yeah,
based on their view counts and stuff. So these guys, like I was watching that Tony video, and they just don't get it. Like they don't get that, and I'm actually going to defend Eric because I understand exactly what he's saying. He's saying what we've been saying this whole time. Like, fuck your principles. If you're not winning, like, and they're sitting there like, well, I'm a good Christian, so yeah, it's about maintaining your principles when you're challenged. That's the hard thing. But yeah, and then they say the stupid cuck shit where everyone talks like about that one line from the Bible where they're like, yeah, you got to turn the other cheek. And yeah, even if that meant like someone was going to shoot me, I'm still going to, because I truly believe that there's an afterlife and I'm going to heaven. Um, no, you're just a cuck.
yeah.
Like you're just a stupid bitch. Like like
Well, I think they want to point out
so
Eric's hypocrisy as far as like, because he did do a video like you never. He said you never hire these people. They ruin your company. They ruin your product. They ruin this. And I agreed with that video 100%.
yeah,
And
because
then when he
his
turns
values have
around and,
changed.
and hires the Soska sisters, it's like, because I think a lot of Eric's fans really support him more than the
Right.
comics, and they support him because they agree with his positions on things that he's established in the past. And now it seems like
Mhm.
he's kind of going against those positions.
He is,
And we've
yeah,
seen
because
a
his values have
90%
changed.
decline.
Yeah, because his values have changed. Because now it's about again maintaining the stability of his company. Now, I agree with you. People gave him money for like I saw him because we're all like, "Oh, Eric, we believe in you." And then you hire the Soska sisters, and we're all like, "What the fuck are you doing? We're not buying the shitty Ira book." And now people are like, "Well, I can't trust this other book that you're putting out." So he's got like his loyal fan base, but look, here's the thing, like if we had like 8,000 people giving us a couple $100,000 for Mercenary Guild, I'm not complaining.
Yeah.
So he still has a pretty loyal subscriber base that constantly follow him and buy his stuff. Like, yeah, is he not as successful? No. Um, is he a retarded businessman and he probably has too much overhead and that might bankrupt him because he's not profitable? Yeah, maybe. But maybe he cut a bunch of that down. Maybe he cut back on a bunch of that. We don't know. He stopped doing all his transparency updates, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. So either he's doing really bad and he doesn't want to talk about it, and he's constantly just has to project success, whether he is or not, or he's made smart business moves and now he's still profitable, but just on a smaller scale. So that's fine, uh, but they don't seem to understand that what they're saying is actually retarded. Like I'd much rather be in Eric's position and deal with, you know, the dealing with the issue of like the conflict of, oh shit, did I alienate a bunch of my fans because I need to read the room and like I shouldn't put out shit that my audience hates. Like I'd much rather be in that position and still be doing, like theoretically, quote unquote, because we don't like see the balance sheets. All we can do is go back to his like 2 3 year old statement about cost and shit compared to the money he's making now. But we don't know for sure. But I'd much rather be in that position than be in a position where like everyone throws around the word coping, but that seems like cope to me. Like I don't understand how Christians will say that. I mean, when someone says something like that to me, that just makes them sound like a stupid bitch. Like I totally lost respect for
Yeah, I
those
mean,
guys when they said that. I'm like, you're a fucking idiot. Like,
well, I mean, it seems like there's so many channels right now dedicated to just shitting on one guy, and it's like, what? Like,
yeah,
I understand there's some hypocrisy and there's some things to make fun of, but there's like 50 channels out there just shitting on Eric July. So you have to wonder, okay, his comics are shitty, but
mhm,
what's going on with you? I couldn't spend that much time
yeah,
doing it. I wouldn't want
yeah,
to.
yeah. Well, I mean, I'm trying to get to the deeper point of like these are your conservative Christian allies. These are your people that are like total totally suicidally stupid. Like I knew a guy like that one time, and I just posed a simple question as a thought experiment to him. I was like, okay, so you believe in the afterlife, okay, yada yada. So you're willing to die, like because you're a Christian, you have Christian values. Okay, great. Are you gonna sit there and let someone come in and like rape and murder your wife in front of your eyes before they kill you, or are you gonna defend your family from that person? And he was like, well, yeah, obviously you would defend. And I'm like, okay, so why do you have that mentality when it comes to other people, but you will sacrifice yourself uh, like a retarded bitch when it comes to your principles? Like, clearly they're going to the afterlife, right? So it doesn't matter whether they get murdered or killed in front of you or raped or whatever, right? You die defending them or not defending them. And it's just like, that principle doesn't actually work in the real world because it's basic human instinct. If you're a man, like you'd want to, unless you're, a stupid cuck or like a weak, emasculated bitch on the left, like that, that makes you more of a lefty SJW to me. If you're
Yeah.
a cuck that will sit there and let someone come in and do whatever they want to your family, but no one will actually agree with that, right? No one will apply their principle consistently and say, anyone like this guy I knew would say, no, of course I would try to defend them. Okay, great. So if you had to defend and kill that person, are you violating your Christian ethics? Like, no. Okay. Well, then pick one because you can't hold both of those ideas to be true.
Yeah,
Like
they
the
both
real, the,
can be.
yeah, they both can't be true. So the real answer is obviously you would like defend yourself because everyone would want to defend their life and survival. Okay, so let's cut the virtue signal bullshit, the right wing virtue signaling, and let's just like get down to the basics. So like you're talking about you're at war with this group. It's about survival. They want power over you and enslave you and everyone you love, or worse. What are you going to do? That's my question to right wing people. Like, what are you gonna do? Where's the line where you stop being a bitch, you get off your fucking ass? And the fact that right wingers will say that openly, just admit to how much of a cuck they are. I'm, I like, I don't know. Like, I respect leftists more for being like, yeah, of course the guy shouldn't have missed Donald Trump. Like, I wish he did because they're actually like, that's their principles. they're sticking true to it, or if it's not their
they
principles
or their lack of, yeah.
or their lack of, yeah, they're more consistent. Like they're
They don't, and this is the thing, when you try to humiliate them or point out their hypocrisy, they feel no shame.
yeah, of
They don't
course. Why would
care.
they? Why would they?
They don't care. They don't have that, oh, I was wrong type thing. It's like whatever it takes to get power, that's
Mhm.
all they care about. And okay, if you point out some hypocrisy, they don't
It's
care.
not
I mean,
hypocrisy to them
they don't feel
because
guilt or shame.
yeah, they don't have conscience because they don't have the same value system that right wingers do. So I need right wingers to wake the fuck up and realize that, and they need to seriously ask themselves, like, am I going to roll over, or am I going to actually stand up and defend myself? Which is Christian, by the way, because if you didn't stand up and defend yourself against these other evil ideologies, there aren't going to be any more Christians, and you're not going to be able to reach the promised land and spread your ideology to all ends of the earth. Like it talks about in the, I mean, I guess depends on what, version of Christianity you believe in, but like you have to defend your people. Like cut the bullshit, cut the virtue signaling. You need to wake up and realize like it's not just you. If you're a cock, okay, sure, whatever. But like, are you too much of a cock to like defend the people that you love and your family and like stand up for your
Yeah.
country? Like, are your values actually worth defending? Because all I hear from the right is, uh, this is tough love session by Brian here. Like, because all I hear is about principles and morals and how the right wing is so better and like we have principles, they have no principles. Yeah, but are you willing to actually defend those principles? Are you actually willing to impose your principles onto other people to make the world a better place? Or are you just gonna roll over and die like a little bitch?
Yeah, and sometimes you have
So
to do what you got to do to win.
right, and that's why I mentioned Eric July and these guys specifically because they mentioned that they're Christian too. Um, like Eric July is doing what it takes to win, and in his eye now, it's obviously debatable whether he's actually winning, right? But like in his mind, all he's doing is following the formula of what the mainstream people do. Like get grift a bunch of people together, like grift a bunch of money out of them, like hype them up, get them emotionally invested in you and your stuff, and then once they launch you into the stratosphere, um, now you can continue to project your success to other people, and other people will see that he's successful, and he can use that to wave in the window of the club he's always wanted to be in. And the club he's always complained about not being a part of, what do they do? Like he literally hired the Soska sisters that worked for Marvel writing a Black Widow book. You know what I mean? Like he's doing what he's been wanting to do the whole time. People are just
He
dumb
hired
and
Chuck
fell for him.
Dixon. He hired Mike Barron.
Yeah, he still hired these guys that all of these guys hold up in, you know what I mean? Like he's doing both. Like he's not doing one over the other. It's not like he wrote his first book and then he immediately went to the Soska sisters. So there's still some merit to what he's doing. He's still like, oh, don't you love Chuck Dixon and Mike Barron? Like, so I don't know. I don't know. To me, it's pretty obvious, but you have to get your fucking thumb out of your ass and like try to look at things from the perspective of that person. Like, yeah, of course it's not going to make any goddamn sense what Eric's doing if you look at it only from, well, these are my values and he's a hypocrite because if he wanted what I wanted, uh, then he shouldn't be doing these things. Like, well, maybe there's a reason he's doing those things, and it has nothing to do with what you think about. So I don't know, man.
Well, I think some of the stuff he's doing though goes against things that he has said in the past very adamantly, and I think that's where the
Mhm.
hypocrisy comes from. But again, why dedicate 10 hours a week of your life to Eric July? I just
Oh yeah, that like they obviously that's their whole content model.
yeah.
So yeah,
It's
I
like if
mean
he were to
that's
die tomorrow, what would your channel be about?
yeah, nothing. It's just he's an easy target now. Like he's a safe target because again,
Not that I want
they
anything to happen to Eric July, of course.
yeah, for sure. But
I mean,
he's
I
an
just
easy
don't like his comics. I think his comics are poorly written and poorly drawn, and that's where I'm drawing the line. I'm not going to show up to an event of his or try to sabotage him in any way. I'm just not going to buy his stuff. It's the same thing I feel with Disney and a lot of AAA gaming companies and modern comics. If you're not going to make stuff I like, I'm just not going to buy it. But I'm not going to fuck, drive 3 states over or some shit and show up to tape bunny
yeah.
stickers to your fucking window. And
Yeah, you just fill
I
with your
got better
wallet.
things to do. I have a life, man. I just don't understand a lot of this shit. But the super chats roll in, and I think that's where it's at.
Yeah, of course that's what I mean. Obviously they're doing it to make money, right? Create buzz around their stuff and make money. So they've just latched on Eric because they know that he'll he'll give them a bunch of attention. Like he shouldn't, but he does, which they need. They can scream to the heavens about like, oh, this guy's look how easy this guy is to piss off, and it's like, well, yeah, of course, that's what you're trying to do. So, but I mean, I'm gonna give Eric where credit's due. Like he his values just changed. I don't think he's a hypocrite because it's not like he only hired the Saska sisters. I think he's just pivoting. But
Yeah, I just think that's a bad call. That's all. I mean, in
well,
judging by their credentials and their writing, it was. But
yeah,
I
to
don't.
make them editors. But like my point is that he isn't like abandoned everything he said he was going to do, and he's just again he's shifting.
No,
Like
he's
he's
producing product, and if this product was good, I'd be all in, and I think that a lot of comic companies would have something to worry about. It really hasn't been good. I mean, we're talking 6 out of 10
yeah.
books, six,
Mhm.
7 out of 10 books, maybe.
Yeah, they're
And
just bad.
yeah,
They're just bad. That's
I
the
think
problem. But
that's the main issue. That's my only issue. If he somehow turns it around, listens to the critics, it turns this thing around, gets the art tight, gets the writing tight, gets these characters interesting. Uh, I'd be willing to give him a second chance.
yeah. Yeah, I just was watching that one video and I'm like, wait a second, hold up. so, something ain't right here.
Yeah.
So, I'll defend Eric because uh that's fine. I'm fine to defend Eric for what he's doing. I don't know. I'm just a weirdo in the minority of people where like I'm not I don't have like I'm an outsider to all these different groups and affiliations. So I don't have like a red blue team.
Yeah,
I just
I don't have a dog in the fight.
I'm just looking at like, okay, what would what are the values of like this group? Okay, what are the values of this group? Like what are the stated goals of this group and that group? Like who's actually, like any kind of outcomes based, any kind of results oriented you know, you want to call it an observation or a study or I don't know, a like analysis, like what how is this group getting what they want? Like based off of their stated goals, is group A getting what they want or is group B getting what they want? And clearly group A has been getting what they want for fucking decades. So
Yeah.
like and group B fucks it up at every turn. And so like, and then if people's principles, I don't know, I look at the right wing people too, and I'm like, if people tell you who they are, listen. It's that saying. But so when I listen to people say stupid, retarded shit, and I'm like, okay, well, that's not what you say. Like that. Why did you pick? Why did you say the thing that makes you look like a cuck bitch? And you're literally you're willing to roll over and get fucked as like your top principal. That tells me that you're just a cuck. Like I cannot trust you if that's the type of person you are, because
Yeah.
like you said, that's gonna be the you know the conservative that will stab you in the back. And I don't know. I think part of it is that's why all these guys are going after Eric, because now they can stab him in the back. Like, there's the cult of personality thing where you still have like his very loyal followers. And then there's these guys who that's like their whole content is now about Eric because he's an easy target. And like
Yeah.
it's not like the left likes him. You know what I mean? It's not like Marvel is knocking on Eric's door.
No.
Like, oh, hey, you can come in the club now. Like, so, and then you and me are just sitting here on the outside, like, well, his books are pretty shitty. like, like, oh, the books are
We just
bad.
want good comics. That's it.
Yeah, we just want good comics, but I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh, this guy was my fucking hero, and now he's a hypocrite. No, like that's why are you? It's like the other side of the coin, You hate him because he's a cult of personality, or you love him because he's a cult of personality. And then we can just and then there are those of us who are just talking about how bad his books are. Yeah. So, anyways, uh, yeah. So I wanted to talk about that. I probably
Okay.
didn't talk as much as I could have, but season 4 of The Boys sucked ass, so I'll just leave it at that. Circle
Not
back
worth
to
it.
that. Yeah. Well, I wanna make a video on I kind of want to make a video. Maybe there's something we could record. Have more of like a outline put together. Um, because like people, I mean, you know about the like the trichotomy, like the value triangle, right,
Your mic
William?
kind of went low there.
Oh,
What?
sorry. You know about like the trichotomy, right? Like the political triangle.
Yeah. Yeah. When
So
TFM described it.
yeah, well, and I'm trying to remember the name of the guy off the top of my head who created it because that's who TFM got that from. But he's like a modern philosopher. He's apparently a really fucking smart guy. Anyways, so yeah, there's for those people at home, it's kind of what I want to make the video about and why uh, I'm passionate about talking about right, left, and center this week and how it relates to Eric July because again, people are coming out with all these videos against the guy and like, oh, you're whenever this, like you have no principles, blah 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 blah. Like they're stuck in like a dichotomy because it's kind of human nature, just to be like, well, if you don't care about what I care about, if you don't value what I value, then you must be this. So they don't know what box to put him in because they're confused now. They're like, oh, he's an SJW left wing now, and it's not that he's like a die in the wool leftist liberal. It's that he's just shifting around the triangle. So it's like, so I kind of want to make a video about that and relating it to Eric to put out.
Well, he did support Obama in the past.
Yeah, that's
So,
fine.
again, a lot of people are just kind of calling him out saying he's a phony, he's always been a phony, and now we're seeing, when he has success, that he's really not what he's all he's cracked up
Well,
to be.
if I had to,
And I
if I
think
had to
that's their
guess,
argument.
yeah, well, I know that's their argument, but if I had to guess, because you're also talking about an Eric July of like a decade, right? So you're talking about like 2008 to 20. That's like almost 20 years. I mean, obviously it's not exactly 20 years, but like that's almost two
Yeah.
decades over a decade of a person. So if I had the triangle right in front of me, I'm like drawing it with my mouse cursor. You could put him in like the middle left. I mean, fuck, I voted for Obama because I was in college once. I was a retard. Like you could put that on the record.
Yeah.
I used to be fucking retarded before I woke up and wasn't a dipshit anymore, and did a little bit of research and started to notice that, oh, these people are lying to my fucking face. What else is a lie? Oh man, pretty much everything I've been taught growing up. Holy shit, this is life
Yeah.
changing. Like I was there. So I would probably put him like, and he's a black guy, so there's the whole sub political culture of like
Yeah, I mean, I don't
you
know
have to
any black
vote.
person who didn't vote for Obama.
Yeah, you have to vote for Obama because he's
To be
black.
honest with you,
Yeah, it's fucking racial tribal voting patterns. I mean, it happens all the time. So it's like, okay, you vote for him because he's black. He's probably kind of like in the middle left, and then he starts to wake up as well. He starts to. So like he's doing his YouTube career. He's like, oh, I'm gonna shift to because that's kind of how I was too. Like I was like middle of the road left, but I thought I was a libertarian in like a weird way because I believed in the bullshit of what they were saying of like, well, these people should be treated equally, like they shouldn't be people, people should be racist, like people are ignorant and dumb. I believe all the stupid bullshit, but I didn't believe like the retarded liberal left shit, like just the out to left field of the 2000s. I was like, well, like the government shouldn't be fucking with people. Like people should still pretty much have their individual rights. And it shouldn't come from the government shouldn't be oppressing people. You
yeah,
know what I mean? So I was like, oh, I'm like a libertarian kind of left or whatever. And then I shifted around because I grew up. And so Eric's like, oh, okay, well now I'm a right wing libertarian because look at all the lies and bullshit and corruption from the media and and the government and all this bullshit. So then you kind of swing around, and then he got really successful, and so he went from like right wing individualism from kind of left to right wing individual. Now he's like swung around, and it's not horseshoe. It's not he went all the way back. He's a phony. It's that now that he's successful and he has the YouTube and his shitty band and his comic company or whatever. Now he values the stability. Like you hear him talking about it all the time. If you pay attention and you just don't view it in the dichotomy, you hear him say stuff like, I got to take care of my people. I got to take care of my employees. When someone talks like that, it's not just because we laugh at him and go, well, you should care about what your customers think because they're your fucking customers. Like they're the one paying you for this product. But people don't think like that because they think, oh, well, now I've built a little kingdom. Like he's built his little empire in Ripaverse. And so now he's like, well, I have to maintain this empire. So I gotta cover for people. I gotta deny all the bullshit about when I hired the Saska sisters, and maybe they're in his harem, who knows. But like now he's got to cover for those people, his gay employees, his cousin that tries to start fights with people out front. He like now he's people say like, oh, you're a libertarian, but use the power of the government. Of course he does. Why the fuck wouldn't he? If he has the power and the influence to call the cops on some guy showing up to his business to troll him and put a warrant out, why wouldn't he? Like that's not surprising to me. Like yeah, did he constantly complain about that before? Yeah, when he didn't have power and influence. And now he does. So he shifted. Like his
yeah,
values have changed. So it's not that he's a hypocrite, it's that over the course of a decade plus, almost 2 decades, he's at a totally different point in his life now than he was during the Obama years when he was dancing like a little faggot in the garage. You know what I mean? Like he was twerking to Obama.
yeah,
He's a totally different guy. I mean, I am. I'm a totally different person. Like I've gone from someone who's like pretty hardcore individualist now to where I'm almost like bring back the fucking monarchy. like like
yeah.
we need someone Yeah, like I'm like the Roman during the days of, well, maybe we should abolish the Senate so we can bring one man in here to fix this shit and turn it around. Like that's not a terrible idea. Have you seen all the degenerate retards running our like have you seen the literal senile nepotistic boomers that run the government? Like maybe it is a good idea to bring in the military and
Yeah,
change things up.
have an
Like
have an age limit.
yeah, just like impose some common sense. Now, my thing is what I tell like my lefty friends or like leftists that I spend time with occasionally or talk to or whatever. What I tell them is, hey, uh, you're making a big fucking mistake because if we're in the Weimar Republic of Germany, um, you want to bring like you constantly project um, an Austrian painter, like you're constantly accusing people of this shit, you're going to manifest this, like by the way you act and the way you vote and the things you do to people and like the fucked up shit that you do. You understand you're going to cause this, and no one's going to feel bad for you. Like, it's like people say nowadays, like, yeah, I'm racist now because of the fucking left.
Yeah.
You ever hear like right wing people say that? Like, yeah, they're making people more racist
Yeah,
because
I'm
they're
all right.
yeah, because
Even
they're
though some of
polar
these people were classic liberals. It's like,
right, but because they're censoring and they're pushing out all like reasonable dissenting opinions, like what you're saying, like if you're not far left, you're like a liberal, classical liberal, you're like in your 40s. When all of those options are off the table for the sake of ideology and power, um, what's going to come in to check you is going to be the absolute worst possible radical correction. Like it's going to be really fucking bad. I tell people that I'm like, you're going to get the very thing that you paint these people as. You're going to get that in spades. It's going to be really bad, and you're going to wish you didn't. Like you're gonna be looking back on this conversation, and you're gonna be really fucking sorry, and I'm not gonna feel bad for you at all. So that's what I like. So I tell left wing people because like I appreciate that they want a revolution. I don't want a communist revolution. Like I want a fucking founding father 1776 style revolution. But that I mean revolutions like they're left wing. Like
yeah,
being objective. If you look out throughout history, like again, people who are right wing and they're like old guard conservatives, they maintain their power and the status quo. They value stability. Like they don't give a shit about, you know, they don't want things to change drastically. But it's not right wing because all these cucks are like, oh, let's just vote them out in 2024. We'll get them, guys. Even though the left has like every institutional power structure.
yeah,
So I don't know, man. I don't know. But yeah, I want to make a video about that, how it relates to Eric, because maybe that'll shine a light for some people and just be like, oh, really? You mean there's like three core value systems to people's political beliefs? Yeah. How about that?
yeah. And
You know?
again, I just want good comics. If you made good comics, I think all this would go away, or a lot of it.
Yeah.
Not all of it, but a lot of it would go away. I think the fact that he promised a great deal, and he's delivered on volume for sure,
hmm
but he
Yeah.
hasn't delivered on quality, and he won't address
Well,
that.
yeah. Well, that's because he never cared about making comics per se. Like he cared about making money and being successful. That was his goal. Like his goal was he said it. He said as much when I still watched his content regularly. Like as he was about to launch the Ripperverse. He never talked about the story. He doesn't talk
Yeah,
about comics like we talk about comics when we talk about comics. He talks about like, oh, you guys are gonna love this. I can't wait for you to order this book. Like, there was
yeah,
never even up to like Isom, there was really nothing about the character himself. There was just like oh, look at all our sales. Look how good we are. Look how what we're doing. We're gonna crush Marvel. We're gonna win. Like win against what? I don't understand. So
Yeah.
so it's I mean, in my opinion, like he never really cared. It's just yeah, like he's a terrible writer and he has no good editors. So it's it's unfortunate. Yeah, it's just sad like that he's basically dicked away like millions of dollars and can't produce a fucking comic to save his life. But that's how you know. Like if he was really left wing, like a hypocrite, and he was just doing it for the grift and the whole time and stuff. But he was like, because like a lot of left wing people are very creative. Like, look at the fucking Beatles. Look at John Lennon. Like that guy was a dirty hippie commie, but like people fucking love the Beatles, man.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
like him and McCartney, right, wrote pretty much all of their catalog. So, and
Well,
you
they
could,
both wrote, and
that's what I'm saying. Like between those two, like the other guys wrote a handful of songs here and there, but like they were pretty much the driving force behind the song. And you could tell which ones are McCartney influenced versus Lennon, because like Lennon's are all lofty and a little weird and out there, and McCartney's are like more love songs.
yeah.
So like to get the girlies, but uh I don't remember what the point I was making. Anyways, like left wing people tend to be very creative. It's not been true for all of history, but like in the modern era, a lot of very creative people tend to be like pretty liberal. So that's kind of how I'd say Eric is still kind of like, you know, right wing in the philosophical sense because he can't write worth shit. That guy is fucking ridiculously uncreative and untalented. So I don't know,
Okay.
almost to like an autistic level.
Well, we can move on
But
to the next topic.
yeah, we beat that horse
Yeah.
pretty dead. So anyway, so on to other news. Um D&D related? You want to hop into some Dungeons and Dragons stuff?
Sure.
All right. Let's check out one of the newest update, the latest updates to there we go. To the new D&D
Beyond.
5.5. This is from D&D Beyond. This is I'm logged in. Yeah. So this is a introducing the new College of Dance Bard. And I like how they went with unleash killer choreography on your foes.
Yeah.
Do they have to, who is this? Riley Silverman? Oh, some yeah, okay. I was gonna say some like should we look this person up? I mean, I can already guess if that's her profile pic, what she probably looks like.
Just look at the art.
Yeah. I was just like some like woman had to write this because that's like such a milquetoast cringe subtitle. Like it's so corporate, politically correct corporate. Like if I wrote this, even though obviously College of Dance Bard is probably super gay, it comes with a lot of connotation of like, oh, you're a College of Dance Bard, you're a dancing bard.
Yep.
Uh, I the subtitle to this would be like, um, I don't know, like,
If you're a gay elf.
no, not like as a parody. Like if I actually rewrote this title, it'd be like College of Dance Bard, unleash the dervish in you,
Yeah, I
to
mean,
slay your
they used
foes or
to
something.
have some RPGs had dervish, like
Yeah.
Guild War. The first Guild Wars had a
No, D&D
dervish.
did.
Yeah,
D&D
whirling
had
dervish.
yeah,
Yeah, but
yeah,
I think
like
they don't
slice up
want to
your
do that
foes.
because it goes to the gypsy culture or whatever, and
I
obviously
mean, they could
gypsy
get rid of
is
that. They could get rid of that. I mean, that's what they did this for, right? Like this is just replacing the dervish kind of stuff.
Yeah.
but they all have to be from colleges now because that's the only thing they know. You know, they all went to like liberal arts colleges and got shitty degrees. That's why they're writing articles for D&D Beyond.
The woman studies. The woman
Yeah,
studies.
yeah, they can't imagine. They can't imagine a bard, that didn't go to a fucking liberal arts college for dance. So fucking retarded. Anyway, so let's see what
There's
they
a
say.
video at the bottom, I think.
Oh, the interview thing. We
Yeah.
could watch that. I was just gonna go see some of the stuff. There's also something they have here I wanted to call out. So they have of course the pre-orders, right? And they say when you pre-order the digital bundle, you'll save $60 on your purchase for shipping. Unlock the D&D collectible. Digital. This is all fucking digital. Um, so here's what I predicted. I don't know if we mentioned this before when we started looking at these updates, but I just want to point out here that they're um, they're giving you this digital asset in the closed beta of their 3D virtual tabletop. So this is where they're moving. And I said this a while ago. Like this is like back when they this is like back when they were doing the really really dumb OGL updates they were trying to do. Remember when they remember
Yeah.
when they had that colossal disaster, like PR
Uh-huh.
disaster? So I called it back then. I was like, so the reason they're doing that and they're making it copyrightable essentially is because they want to create a closed system where you can't really do D&D outside of whatever platform they're going to host it on. And so everything going forward, they can do like a service, like a live service almost like EA does with their games, like Ubisoft
Okay.
does,
And then
like
charge.
Fortnite. Yeah, and then charge you to make everything digital. So you have all digital access and everything is funneled through this virtual tabletop. So that's what I was saying from the business side. Like that's the reasoning, because people are like, people are always reacting. They don't think about like, well, why would they do this? Why would they fuck up like this? Well, there's a reason they fucked up like that, and the reason is because they weren't thinking about how people would react. They were thinking about, oh shit, how do we set up our platform so we don't have an open source license that we're using for our proprietary virtual tabletop. That's what this stands for. Um, anyways, and then they could sell you a bunch of tier subscription and bundles, so you can get all this extra bullshit that you don't need. Um,
Right.
anyway, so I mean, whether you think that's good or bad, I personally think it's gonna
Well, D&D 4th edition, they
be
did have a
shitty.
subscription based type thing for
Yeah,
making characters and floor plans and things like that.
yeah, but their heavy emphasis on trying to incentivize people to do all digital stuff where they're clearly moving away like from the physical. I mean, they give you this with the physical and core, but like they barely mention like they they mention basically the physical and then everything else here is digital stuff.
Yeah.
So they're like really trying to push you towards their platform that they're working on. That's probably what they invested a bunch of stuff in and why their sales have been dropping
Well, it's
and
it's like an
uh,
MMO.
the
They
CEO
can
stepped
update
down.
it whenever they want. Uh,
Yeah,
because
or live
if you
service.
just buy the books and then you're done, okay, they get a spike in sales and then that drops way off, and that's happened throughout the history of D&D.
Mhm. Yeah, but they could come out with extra modules and stuff, and but it seemed like they used to put a lot more effort into those, like for what you're saying, for like how much less money they made off of them. Just, is it me or
It's a
like,
cash grab. I mean, the art is all AI.
yeah,
I mean, look at the art on
so
this. It's terrible.
Yeah, it's
There's
terrible.
nothing fantasy or D&D about it. It's fuck. It's
Right, but
Haight
that
Ashbury in San Francisco, or
yeah,
Polk
swift and
Street.
elegant kick across the face. Oh, this is what you're talking about, like giving them unarmed strikes and stuff. Yeah, in rhythm, parents. Okay. Yeah, I don't really care about the mechanics of it. I care because I'm probably never gonna play it. I'm just gonna be honest. Like, I might try it if someone's like, "Hey, do you want to try this?" And I'm like, "Okay, cool. Do you have all the content and shit that you can share with me? I'm not paying for any of this bullshit." But if, other than that, I probably won't. I'll probably just move on to other RPG systems that seem unique and interesting, and they're actually some kind of, you know, inspiration, and the people
Well,
actually give a shit
creativity.
about what
Yeah,
they're
I mean,
doing.
I don't see the creativity here. It's
Yeah. Which again,
and I'm not
you
totally
know,
familiar with the Bard class. I know Luke is, and I think you're pretty familiar with it, aren't
I'm
you?
pretty familiar. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, I thought, I thought that, like, unironically, in fifth edition, Bard is pretty much the most OP class. Like,
Yeah.
you by far have the most skills. You have the easiest opportunity to have the most proficiencies and skill bonuses. um,
Yeah, because I
Bardic.
think this dancing bard adds charisma bonus and dexterity bonus to their armor class.
Oh yeah, that's absurd. That's gonna
Yeah.
be dumb. Yeah, I mean, I'm just thinking of like the base fifth edition bar. I mean, you get a bunch of good support bard spells and bardic inspiration. Obviously, your high charisma. You pretty much a single attribute class. You get you have a lot of either support. You have healing. You have other support options. You have crowd control.
You have
If you do
initiative because
you've
their
good
proficiency
initiative.
bonus is added to initiative. So let's say you're a variant
Yep.
human
Yep.
who
That's
starts
right.
with a feat and you get alertness. Now that's +5 on top,
Yep.
and you probably have a dexterity that's worth half the shit.
Yep.
So
And on top of that, they get magical secrets. So if you weren't doing enough damage, you can just get spells from any other class in the game, and now you can be a damage dealer, or you can just get better alternate spells that like were only reserved for wizards, and now you can have really good utility, and you can switch them out, and like your other spells. And if that wasn't enough, there are some subclasses that do a shitload of damage. And if that wasn't enough, the spells that you can get, because they're based on the level, like you can get spells from the classes that are like three-quarter progression or a quarter progression or whatever, like Ranger and Paladin, that even though they're very powerful spells unique to those classes, you're like, whatever, that's the level spell. I'm gonna take it. So you can get some pretty interesting shit. Oh, plus, yeah, because you're a charisma class, like you just you just win in all the social encounters, you know. So
yeah,
um, yeah, and if you take like a level or two of warlocks or a certain feat and get Eldritch Blast, now you have the best ranged
it's
cantrip
good
damaging
synergy,
spell.
man. It's good
Yeah,
synergy.
it's all charisma based. You take paladin levels and do smites and do a shitload of damage, and having charisma to all your saves if you take 6 levels of paladin, 5 or 6. So, anyways, oh, there it is right there. Dex charisma +10. Wow. Yeah, that's pretty fucking good. Um, feel a beat, look at the beat down. Wow. Okay.
I'll be right back. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's good. I'll just keep reading through this. So yeah, it looks like this subclass specifically, if monks weren't bad enough and they didn't shit on monks enough, now you can be a bard and be better than a monk, or do at least decent amount of what a monk could do. Um, wow. So you're already getting Dex and Charisma. So now you get Dex, obviously, to damage and hit, and bludgeoning damage is your Bardic Inspiration dice. So it scales better, or at least the same as Unarmed Strike. I think it scales better. Huh. Wow. Let me know in the comment section. I think it may be the same. Maybe you get a slightly quicker tier. I'd have to pull a monk. Current bard and monk to see. Man, voice is cracking. I'm like 16 again. Let's see. Yeah, so there's just more dancing stuff. That's cute. Of course, it's cute. It's gonna be super cute. Um, yeah. What's the capstone? No more 20 capstone. 14. Let's see. Oh, they just get evasion. Okay, got it. Oh, wow. You just share your evasion next to all of your people. Is this really what they're gonna put in the? Can they even say that? Like the dance off scene? What the fuck? Huh? Of course.
All right, I'm back. Yeah, so
Oh,
this pretty much makes monks obsolete, right?
yeah, that's what I was saying. Because if monks didn't have it hard enough, now you can be a bard and get monk abilities. So cringe. Why are you comparing? This is supposed to be a fantasy game. Why are you referencing Guardians of the Galaxy?
Yeah.
Holy shit. Do you want to watch? I don't even know if I want to listen to this.
Well, again, they're going after that crowd who, hey, that's a thing. We're going to reference that thing. There's no
Yeah.
identity to this game anymore.
Well, that's all these losers now. Like this is the people writing. This isn't just this person, right? Like this is
No, of
actually
course not.
this is the actual description. Unless they just added this part of the end. Like this is going to make it into the book. So yeah, there's
Or the site, you know. Well, yeah, it'll be in the new
wherever,
player's
yeah,
handbook.
wherever. Yeah, I mean that's clearly the end of an era. Like D&D is it's not edgy and cool and satanic anymore. It's for your fucking aunt, and
Medieval.
you
Yeah.
can you can hang out with your buddies and have a little play date.
Play with your little
Play.
sister. You know.
Yeah, you can play D&D with your little sister now. And
Yeah, there's a
super safe
video at
and
the bottom.
cool.
There's even a comment section where some people made some comments. Of course, you got the
Baby
shills
D&D.
going, "Oh yay! I can't
Yeah,
wait."
let's read some of these. Okay.
There's one that
So
does
they're
talk
just
about
talking about this
initiative.
autistically. This is exactly what I would have with the sorcerer. Yeah, well, fuck you.
Yeah.
Um, yeah.
There was one little further down that talked about the initiative issue.
Mm. Yeah,
Yeah, somebody is pipe smoking owl. For the love of God, stop messing with initiative.
Mm.
No one on the design team and apparently the playtest teams, unless they're
Oh, here
being
we go.
ignored, which seems relevant, has a clue how powerful initiative is.
Yeah.
Which is true.
Yeah. I mean, WotC at this point has been totally captured. Just a bunch of babies making baby D&D. Started with Magic. Now it's moved to D&D
I
completely.
mean, really, if you're going to play a monk, you're going to have to dip in this, or just dip in monk and then be like an
Why?
element.
This is better than Monk. Don't need to dip in Monk. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess this is what I should expect from all the guys playing this still. Like, they're all going to sit here in the comments and order about the mechanics. But is there not one person in here looking like they're all like, oh, I love it, but I love it, but like, I love the flavor. Really? Do you really? Like, can we not talk about the philosophy and the design philosophy behind why there's going to create all these shitty problems and inconsistencies? Like,
Power creep.
why do you love it? Can we talk about how retarded this is? It's completely uninspired.
There's actually one comment at the very end of page 3 that says,
Oh, of course.
I've loved playing bards over the years. I think this is the dumbest shit to hit D&D in recent memory.
So Michael Jackson.
Moonwalk for psychic damage. He who.
Hell yeah. Where are we?
Yeah. It's the very
Oh,
last
here we go.
comment on the very last page.
5 days ago. Yeah, buried in the bottom. While playing bards over the years. I think it was dumb as shit.
Yeah, psychic damage on top of it.
Oh yeah. Yeah, this is dumb. Sorry, this is super stupid. Like, I would actually be in another universe where this wasn't the design philosophy. I'd actually be pretty excited about this subclass. But this says everything you need to.
You know, it's just it's power creep and I don't know.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not even. I'm not even.
What if there's no room to dance? I mean, you could have a DM who's a real dick, right? And it's like you're in a corridor, there's no room to dance, or your teammates are going to have to. They're going to have to get away from you so you can dance, which means you don't have a meat shield in front of you.
No, man, at level 14, everyone within 5 feet of me gets evasion, so that's okay. Yeah, I don't know.
How can you dance when somebody's within 5 feet of you? Really?
Do the robot, I guess.
You should just spin.
Yeah, you just spin.
Is that your move?
Do the crip walk.
You're like Britney Spears, and you just have that one move that you do your whole career. Just that one fucking move.
Yeah, that's all you need, man. You're just winking at people. Be doing like the flamenco. Doing little salsa.
If I was a DM, I'd give them. I know in old school D&D they had these Otto's shoes of dancing. They were cursed items.
Oh yeah.
You find a pair of boots. Oh, I'll put them on. All right, now you can't stop dancing, and
you're exhausted. 6 levels of exhaustion, you die. All right.
I mean, there's a video there too, above the comments. I don't know. I haven't watched it.
All right, let's.
You don't play favorites, but you do love bards. Big quality of life.
Can you hear that?
Yeah.
All right.
Life improvements for the bard. For those checking out the new player's handbook, right?
The new bard
turn up a little bit.
has sort of the best of the 2014 bard, as well as some of the best elements of the Unearthed Arcana bard. That includes a return of the bard's dedicated spell list. We had several versions that people saw in the Unearthed Arcana series where the bard didn't have a spell list of their own and instead was leaning into other classes' spell lists. Through that process, we re-embrace the bard having their own spell list, but as we'll discuss very shortly, bards, their magical secrets ability got enhanced in important ways.
So, yeah, because you were so close to actually making something that is unique but restrictive, because it's like they have their own spell list. Oh man, you don't want to lock them into their actually own spell list with possibly interesting bard only spells. But you
Right.
have to choose. You have to actually make a fucking decision. Let's enhance the magical secrets ability, like I was telling you earlier about, where you can still just pick and choose because we're so inclusive. You just pick and choose from other classes' spell lists.
That bard spell list that has returned has been beefed up thanks to new.
Oh, that girl's cute. You're right. Kind of does look like AI shit.
Oh yeah.
It's kind of weird because like the background is so shitty. It's like oil painting, but it's
Yeah, I
clearly
mean, I think it's trying to go for a Renaissance look.
yeah, for sure.
Instead of medieval, and I've always pictured D&D to be more medieval-esque than Renaissance.
I mean, I guess I could see it specifically for the bard, but I don't know.
Spells in this book, as well as us even taking some spells that were already in the player's
What
handbook
the fuck is this? It's the gay elf you were talking about?
and adding
Yeah,
them to
pretty
the
much.
bard's list. And we've also given bards the flexibility that our other full spellcasters have gained with their cantrips, in that bards can now change one of their cantrips every time they level up. When it comes to their
So what makes bard different than sorcerer? Aside from some very minuscule things that, like,
Not
that
much. I
as
mean,
you,
why would you play sorcerer?
yeah,
signature non-spellcasting ability, Bardic Inspiration,
Well, I play sorcerer to break the game and cast Eldritch Blast like 12 times around.
bards everywhere can rejoice that Bardic Inspiration now will last for up to an hour on the person that has it, rather than just 10 minutes.
Why was that a problem? Holy fuck! Why aren't you using Bardic Inspiration before 10 minutes? What?
And that will make it far easier for people to have a chance to actually use their Bardic Inspiration. Because I know many people have had that experience where the bard gives the Bardic Inspiration, they forget to use it, and oh my gosh, the 10 minutes have passed.
Yeah.
Now you
Oh, God forbid you have to create some sort of standard that challenges people to be good at the game. Why? Who cares? Who
Yeah.
fucking cares? Like, why have a time limit on it at all? Why not just say, oh, it's before a long rest. If you use it, otherwise it goes away. Who fucking cares? Like, why is an hour more impactful than the rest of the day? I mean, at this point, who fuck it?
Right,
Everything
exactly.
comes back on a short rest. Long rests don't even matter. Like, it's so arbitrary.
have a full hour before, well, before you're almost there and the bard player is reminding you.
Yeah.
Right. And then we short rest.
Remember, you have Bardic Inspiration.
Yeah.
We also have taken
Falling asleep.
What
watching
bard
this.
would forget
bard-
that, though? I mean, really.
Oops.
Like,
What just happened?
like what bard would
Nobody.
forget their bard? Yeah, like
Nobody. Stupid
that's why you play a
dipshits
bard.
that, because again they're trying to be inclusive and only target new players.
Yeah.
Bard's expertise feature and made
But that's my point, is like, who fucking even cares? Like, why is an hour? Who cares? It's such an arbitrary restriction at that point. If you're not going to do it because you're doing it like within a combat or like a social encounter, like you're supposed to use it or lose it. Like, who fucking cares? Just give it to them the whole time they could have it.
It so you get it sooner. You now get
There's one person can have it at a time. And then you'll remind them all the time because you're like, hey, fucking use this, otherwise I can't use it. Or if I use it, you lose it. I don't know, something where you actually have to make a decision, like have an actual action economy or something. Like you actually have to manage your resources. I know that's hard for babies, but I don't know. Just throwing that out there.
get it at level 2. We have revised all of the subclasses and included
Oh god, look at this shit. Could we please take our D&D back? Can we take D&D back? I guess no. We're just gonna have to blow it up and start over with other properties.
an entirely brand new one, the College of Dance, but we'll get to subclasses in a minute. We've also made it because we know how much Bard
I feel like I'm Mike or what's his name in the Red Letter Media video, where it's like, how does it make you feel to live long enough to see all of your favorite franchises ruined
Yeah.
that you loved and
Yeah,
grew
that's
up with?
what I'm going through. So
Like, holy shit.
Bards love to use Bardic Inspiration. We've made it easier for you to get uses of Bardic Inspiration back in the Font of Inspiration feature by letting you simply burn spell slots to get it back.
Yeah.
Because we've all
Why would I want to use spell slots to get Bardic Inspiration? Sounds fucking awful. Can I use Bardic Inspiration to get back spell slots? That'd be great.
yeah,
I'd rather do that.
had that
spells are way more powerful.
Yeah.
experience, whether we're playing bards or DMing for bards or our friends are playing bards, where sometimes the bard wants more uses of Bardic Inspiration more than they want to cast more of their spells.
I call bullshit on that. I don't fucking
Yeah.
believe you. What the fuck are you talking about? Unless it's like level 1 spells.
Level 1, maybe. I mean,
Yeah, that's
dude, if
basically
I'm a 10th
the
level
equivalent.
bard, I'm chucking spells, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's 1 dice is a Bardic Inspiration, so that's the equivalent of like 1 level 1 spell. Like, say I use Bardic Inspiration as a healing, right? That's like, okay,
Yeah.
great. Healing word, cure wounds.
Yeah, I got
Maybe
3
level
points.
2.
Yay.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah.
And so we recognizing that phenomenon, whether it is by observing other people's games or just
Oh, but if you let them trade, you let them trade Bardic Inspiration die for spell slots, then they would be better than Sorcerer, because then you don't need sorcery points. So can't do that, right?
playing bards in our own, that's why we wanted to give bards the flexibility to essentially exchange one of their magical resources for one of their other magical resources. This is similar to what we did in the Druid, where there again is that ability to do some exchanging, really all about making it
What
so
the
that
fuck
players
is
have even
that?
greater
Behold,
Oh my god, this
Mind.
art is terrible.
my masterpiece. This makes me want to
That's
bring
a
back
druid?
slavery. No, this is a bard.
Oh, that's a bard?
I'm pretty sure this is
Well,
also
he's
a
just
bard.
talking
Yeah.
about a druid, but what? Oh my god. I hate this. I couldn't
control.
hate this art more.
Yeah. It's pretty. This is probably like Donna and
It's AI all the way, man.
oh man, why are fingernails so long? they nailed it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sorry, I was counting the fingers to confirm if it was AI. No, this is bad
Yeah.
enough. I think someone actually drew this.
Over what their characters do on adventures. Now, we also took a look at the bard's counter charm ability, and we decided, let's actually make this useful. And so the new counter charm ability
Finally,
is now a reaction.
something real players have been talking about since the beginning of 5th edition.
That the bard can use when someone around them is charmed or frightened. It gives them a new roll against that effect, and when they make that new saving throw, they have advantage on it. I think this is going to make counter charm see far more use than we've seen in the last 10 years. And
Yeah, of course. You're literally just letting them re-roll a save. Like, that's really fucking good.
Yeah.
That's like, I guess Silvery Barbs is a little better than that. But yeah, that's good shit.
helps preserve a little detail that's been a part of the bard for decades, because bards having a counter charm ability
Yeah.
has been a part of the class going back to the game's earliest days.
Which you would know nothing about. Do you think he's actually played D&D since they brought him? Like, how long has Jeremy Crawford been involved in Dungeons and Dragons?
His experience level, I don't think, is very high, if at all.
Yeah.
He's going probably based on what others have said or want to do.
Right.
Now, at level 10, bards still get magical secrets. And this is now the feature where bards get to dive into other classes' spell list.
That's not that's not what I imagine Magical Secrets was like. But okay. It's more like a warlock
Or a
kind of
witch.
thing. Yeah. They don't really have a witch in D&D.
They don't, but
Or this version, 5th edition. Okay.
And we've made a couple of important tweaks here. First, the bard no longer can dive into any spell list rather in the game. And we made this change for one main reason, and that is outside of the bard, the cleric, the druid, and the wizard, spell lists are highly tailored to a kind of niche identity when it comes to a class like ranger, paladin.
See, they addressed the thing I was telling you about earlier.
yeah.
That made Bard stupid good.
Artificer, to refer to a class not in the player's handbook. And so we wanted to make sure the bard was only looting the spell lists that are actually designed to be lootable.
Yeah.
That's also why the warlock is not here. The sorcerer is not here. It is really bard, cleric, druid, or wizard. These are the spell lists that we create to not only serve their classes, but also to be.
Wow, they actually made 2 significant changes that make sense. And one's just good. And one's actually restrictive. Wow. I'm actually I am surprised, frankly.
Eminently lootable. And part of that is that the cleric, druid, and wizard spell lists in particular are the emblematic spell lists for the 3 main sources of magic. The wizard spell list is the emblematic spell list for arcane magic, the druid list for primal magic, and the cleric list for divine magic. People will see a similar change in the magic initiate feat, which also now does not allow you to dip into any spell list in the game.
So you can't just take warlock shit and ranger and paladin shit.
Instead, it is specifically these iconic spell lists that you can dip into. Now, even though that is a limitation that did not exist before, it is now paired with a greater amount of liberty. Because once now the bard
Oh man, they had me. They had me. Oh man, but they just fucking couldn't leave well enough alone. They just fucking couldn't. They couldn't help themselves. Fuck you.
reaches
I'm disappointed again.
level 10, you may choose any of your prepared spells from these lists. So essentially, once you hit 10, you become similar to the name of one of your early class features,
Yeah.
a true jack of all trades. And so there is that little bit of constriction paired with a massive expansion in terms of versatility for the
What a pussy. Hey guys, it's okay. It's okay. Jesus Christ, who are you so afraid
Jeez.
of?
class. And it used to be that Magical Secrets gave you this versatility, but only at certain later levels. Now you can benefit from it at every level once you've received Magical Secrets.
Holy
Perfect.
fucking perfect. Perfect. Oh my god. So you're telling me, because I guess they moved to where everyone's a prepared caster now.
Yeah.
So I get to use Magical Secrets every day, and I can pick a different spell, even though it's quote restricted to those 3 spell lists. I can pick a new spell every time I prepare a Magical Secret spell. Like, what the fuck? What?
Yeah. I don't know what to make of it, really.
Like, I thought. Oh my god. Okay, whatever.
Next up,
It's really fucking good. That's all I have to say.
Yeah.
Like, it's really good. Really, really good.
we have the revised version of Superior Inspiration.
Especially if they keep the lore subclass, the lore bard, because you get Magical Secrets at like 6, 10, like 12 or 14. You basically get Magical Secrets additional amounts of time. So now you get more Magical Secrets. So you get at basically all of the spell levels that matter, like all of like the power spikes,
Yeah.
the power thresholds of Bard, you get whatever the best spell you want from. I mean, fuck, just wizard and cleric, like fucking great. Wow.
Yeah.
So now I'm a sorcerer. Okay. Whatever.
Too bad.
Right.
Superior
Huh? What were you saying?
Too bad for sorcerer, right?
Right. Fuck sorcerer. I guess I'm glad that they that it seems like they're doing Mortal Lock Warlock off on its own, like in its own space or room or whatever the analogy is, the metaphor there, so that it's not so easy to dip into and do like the all in charisma shenanigans caster. They're putting up some hurdles to that, so that seems okay.
There should be hurdles to Warlock.
Yeah, of course, I agree. Yeah. So, whatever.
Inspiration used to be at 20th level. It's now moved down to 18th level. And it used to require you to have zeroed out your Bardic Inspiration uses to get any back. That's no longer the case. Now,
Of course not. Why would it be?
if you have fewer than 2, you get Bardic Inspiration back when you roll initiative until you have 2. So what that means is if you have 0 and you roll initiative, you will now have 2. If you have 1, you will now have 2.
Yeah.
So that gives you some more flexibility. It also makes this feature useful in more cases. So you will not feel the pressure to completely zero out your Bardic Inspiration uses to be able to benefit from this.
Yeah, now there's no reason for me not to.
Yeah.
Like, also, Okay, great. I want to roll for initiative, DM. Why? You're not. Why? Why I haven't told you to roll initiative? You're not in combat. But yeah, I want to. I want to have a sparring match with my my fellow adventurers. What are you talking about? Yeah, I want to spar the fighter. Why? Why not? We're in the middle of a dungeon, taking a break, or we're just traveling, right? Like, yeah, we're done with our last combat. Yeah, I just want to roll up some initiative, get my bardic inspiration back. What are you gonna tell me? No, no. Oh, okay, thanks. That was fun.
And
Yep.
then we have a brand new feature at level 20 for bards called the Words of Creation. What this means is now all bards will always have prepared when they reach 20th level power word heal and power word kill. A big part of the bard story is
That's like magical secrets. That seems like a really good capstone ability.
Yeah.
I mean, the fact that they actually added more capstone abilities in is good. I mean, you should incentivize people to actually play um, the class past like level 17. Giving a bard some of the best cleric and wizard like level 8 or 9 spells. Huh. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay.
that they draw their magic from the words of creation that were uttered before
Remember this one? With the fucking
Yeah.
snap neck?
time began
Right.
to bring the multiverse into being, and that their magic harnesses these words in various ways, and that these words are often represented by spells like power word heal or power word kill. So we thought, let's make it so bards always have when they
Uh, either this guy's fucking retarded, or what he said, or I'm retarded, but what he said just didn't make any sense. So like,
It didn't quite line up.
so he's talking about, oh, bards, we want to give them the power of creation because they create things, they draw from the universal magic that created the world and the planes or whatever. And then they show this fucking picture of this gnome or whatever, like, oh, look at these planes, and you've got the different like a fucking Stargate. So wouldn't his 20 spells be like plain what's the spell called? Planar. Why am I blanking on this? Plane shift. I'm sorry. Plane shift. Like, wouldn't it be like create demi plane? Like something that's more utility, but for bards, not. Oh, here's like really good. I don't know, man. It seems like he was just saying shit, but he didn't actually think about what he's saying. So what he's saying is retarded.
Yeah.
Because they just wanted to give them really powerful spells, and they're like, "Oh, they don't have these. Let's just give them to them." It's level 20, right? But like, yeah, but it's not really in line with the flavor. I mean, I guess his logic is, well, it's healing and destruction magic, but it's not really conjuring anything unless you like maybe resurrection, like true resurrect. Like I don't know.
I don't.
So
Not getting it.
ways, and that these words are often represented by spells like power word heal or power word kill. So we thought, let's make it so bards always have when they reach their ultimate level,
Yeah.
always have these spells prepared. And in addition, when a bard casts either of these spells at 20th level, they can target not just the one target the spell normally targets, they can target a second target as well.
wow, that's so bad. Oh my god. What you should give them something better, like being able to target an additional target with power word kill. How dare you? What a terrible oh my god, why would you do that? Oh my god, why, like, we didn't just give them these 2 spells prepared and they could cast, let's just make it better. Like, the point of giving them this, oh my god.
So that means the 20th level
I'm
bard can
speechless.
power word kill 2 creatures at once, but also power word heal 2 friends at once.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Starting off with subclasses, it's a big deal. We've got a new bard subclass, the College of Dance.
Yes, and the College of Dance, this is a subclass we've wanted to introduce for a long time. A, just because it's fun to have the dancing bard, but also this leans into an element that
I've seen this, like, effeminate gay guy somewhere. That's like, kind of androgynous, but
Yeah.
a guy, but like also kind of like vaguely some kind of Asian, like mixed race brown, but vaguely Asian. So it's checking all the diversity boxes and all like how
Bard subclass, the
gay
College
we
of
are
Dance.
for
Yeah.
Pride Month
I mean,
and
look
stuff.
at all. I mean, that's
So-
about
and the
as
College
gay
of
as
Dan-
you can get.
Yeah, but
Really, with the flowers and the, like,
I've
could you be
seen-
more over the top?
oh yeah, sure, the flowers too. Yeah, I can't believe I missed that before. Well, I mean it's pretty obvious, but yeah. But this is like, there must be some model or something that looks like this that they always, I've seen this somewhere. Maybe this is AI or I don't know. It just looks like I don't know, man. It's like they're ripping this from some gay diversity.
Yeah, they probably have their. Yeah, they're probably
Um,
ripping themselves off at this point too.
Hold on, I'll look something up. Okay, vaguely Asian DI model images. Oh, you know what this reminds me of? Fucking John Kent boyfriend. Remember how they made?
from that failed Superman series.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yup. Well, it's got pink hair, but I'm looking at Google Images right now. Yeah, I don't know. That's just what it reminds me of, kind of. Might be a better reference, but I don't know. Looks like they're all kind of, because that guy is supposed to be like vaguely Asian.
Dance. This is a subclass we've wanted to introduce for a long time. A, just because it's fun to have the dancing bard, but also this
Fun.
leans
So much
into
fun.
an element that
not
the
fun.
bard's story text touches on in
fun,
the new
guys.
player's handbook, and that is
What'd you say?
It's fun, guys, and you
Oh
know
yeah,
what?
it's so much fun.
We probably have people actually break out into dance at the gaming table. At that point in time, I'd probably just pluck my other eye the fuck out and
Yeah,
just be done with it, because this is turning into LARPing. But
yep, I agree.
the bard's magic, and even the magic that taps
Those were the fucking weirdos that us D&D nerds avoided. Just
Yeah.
in case people at home are wondering.
yeah,
into the words
I mean,
of creation.
think about it. You come into this room or the thing and the clearing, and there's ogres eating, what's left of whatever they killed over a fire. And the bard calls out, now watch me dance, fellas. We're gonna take down those mean ogres. It's like, no, I cannot do this. You know what, ogres? Just kill the bard, and we're good.
That's what I'm saying, man. It's gonna be like The Boys. I'm gonna be like, please, fucking God, DM. I want the villains to win. Like, please, God, TPKS. Holy shit, I'm done.
I'm staying in
I'm
alignment.
tapping out.
I don't want to lose my alignment, right? Like I'm, lawful good. So I'll just look the other way, and you kill him, and the blood's not on my hands, and then I can,
Right.
you know.
I become a pussy ass Protestant Christian. Please kill me. I won't defend my party against you. I promise. Oh, man.
Those words are not necessarily verbal. That communication could be by sign, it can be by dance. There are many ways that communication is.
What the fuck? Who is this? What is happening here? Who is he scrying on? Because that face is really wrinkly. Is he calling his mom? His mother?
This art just
His grandmother?
dude, modern
What
D&D's
is this
art
face?
is just if this is the way it's going, man.
Who is this modeled after? I want to see their prompts. I want to see your prompts if this is AI. Holy shit. What are your fucking notes? And of course, it's got a little double chin line there. No chin.
Is accomplished in our world, and so we wanted that to be reflected in the bard as well. And so the College of Dance is all about not only this bard dancing, but also maybe even sometimes succeeding at getting their friends to dance with them. And that's particularly true in one of their later features.
So proud of that.
But starting right away in this new subclass, we have a feature called Dazzling Footwork.
Just hold my purse. I just want to dance.
Yeah.
And this feature is really a package of multiple features that makes your performances better if they involve dancing. It gives you an unarmored armor class because we want a dancing bard to be able to, if they want to be dressed like a dancer, but still have a decent AC. We've also made it so that this bard, whenever they use
just in case you want, just in case you want to wear a dress and be fashionable, don't worry, we got you.
Sure, why not?
We made that a design feature. You can still be super gay and homosexual. You don't need armor at all. Just pure.
That's right.
Pure charisma will.
I got the power of the dance.
Yeah, pure charisma will help you evade this guy swinging a sword in your face. Jesus fucking Christ, that
makes no sense at all.
Hilarious.
I really want to. Oh, but now I don't want to kill you
because it's
like fucking.
It's like
a fucking pit fiend coming at you.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. Pit fiend's like, oh fuck, I didn't know it would be a hate crime to murder you. So I'm gonna avoid you.
I don't want to get labeled a bigot.
Yeah, it's Pride Month. Holy shit, I didn't know you were that kind of bard. Sorry, my bad.
I'm a pit fiend, but I'm not a pit fiend.
I'm not a Nazi or a fiend.
Yeah.
I'm not a monster.
That's right.
I might be a demon, but I'm not a monster. Holy fuck, dude.
It's a bonus action to confer bardic inspiration. Can also make an unarmed strike. And remember, unarmed strikes.
I do remember unarmed strikes. Do you remember? Jesus Christ! All right, let's skip ahead a little bit here. This is where they shill the pre-order
abilities, which I'll get into soon. Also, their unarmed strike deals more damage than.
Oh, why don't they have the editor just getting lazier? They're not putting in the timestamps.
to get your friends in on the dance, and maybe you can have your whole party do a exciting flash mob inside battle.
Yeah, that's what you want to do inside of it.
Yeah,
Where's
that's what D&D was missing.
where's the subclass for the Bard of College of Gender Studies where we
I know.
where's the Bard of Orgies?
This ability is the one where whenever an enemy
of colonial decolonization. That's what I want to play. Oh, there it is.
Is the new tandem footwork feature. Whenever you roll initiative, you can expend one use of your bardic inspiration.
Holy shit! What is this?
And not only has migrated into the
who told them that? What is this?
Yeah, I don't know why they hate guitars so much.
Jesus Christ.
God, one
Oh my
fucking guy
God.
comes up with a folding neck on Shark Tank, and that's the thing.
Yeah. Oh, sweet. I can play. I can play as the girl from what's Paramore?
She was from Hellboy 2.
So, okay, here's my theory. Are you ready? They do the bent neck because they're like, yeah, either A, they saw it on Shark Tank, and they have absolutely no actual reference to real musical instruments.
Right.
Like, why the fuck is the neck on this lute like 8 feet? Also, it's supposed to be a little crossbow. Why is there like a thing coming down? Okay, that's one theory. Here's a theory. I'm just putting myself in the mind of some thing that would create this female-looking elf Taylor Swift. It's supposed to be like D&D Taylor Swift.
I guess.
Okay. My theory is they're like, oh, like we've got to defeat the patriarchy, and guitar necks. I shouldn't say guitar. This clearly isn't supposed to be a guitar, but sure, we'll just say. So the neck, that's like clearly a phallic symbol, right? So we can't have that. That's toxic.
No, so we gotta break it off.
So we gotta break it. Yeah, we gotta break it, and then we'll really show them Nazis.
Appeared.
Oops. That's my theory. That's my second theory. Yeah, just fucking break that shit. Break it right off. It's like, yeah, but you still have to like play the neck. And they're like, oh, okay, we'll just leave it there, but like snap it,
In Xanathar's Guide to Everything, and not only has migrated into the player's handbook, but also has actually quite a few updates to it. The new beguiling.
I gotta go tell my wife. I'd be like, hey, baby, look. They made like a fantasy Taylor Swift. Do you want to play D&D now? And she'll be like, fuck that. I'm not playing D&D with you fucking nerds.
Thing. And not only has migrated into the player's handbook.
Big legs. That girl's got some big legs, man.
Yeah, like Taylor Swift. Let me see. What are you talking about? See, holy shit. Yeah.
She got.
Holy shit. Yeah.
She could play. You can run the ball for the Cowboys, man.
Jesus.
The College of Glamour first appeared in Xanathar's Guide to Everything, and not only has migrated into the player's handbook, but also has actually quite a few updates to it. The new Beguiling Magic feature that you get at level 3, this actually
Wow. So racist to kobolds. Look at this. Poor kobold.
Completely replaces the enthralling performance feature that the subclass used to have. This now makes it so that you always have the charm person and mirror image spells prepared, and from now on, whenever you cast an enchantment or an illusion spell, you can choose somebody and try to charm them or frighten them. You can do this a limited number of times per day. We did this because we really wanted to enhance our original vision for this subclass.
Yeah, because it just wasn't good enough. And as we made everything more accessible and powerful, because you players don't know fucking shit about shit, and they need to feel super powerful, and they're all babies. We realized that Bard wasn't going to be the strongest class anymore, so we had to go through. We had to make every subclass just a little bit better, so that way Bard can maintain their stranglehold over the best class in D&D, because that's what D&D is. The Bard is the face of D&D. Didn't you know that?
And that is
Never was before.
being the
Right. It's true.
preeminent beguiling.
It was the wizard, really. Wizard, fighter, barbarian, maybe sorcerer. At least back in
It's
the
like
day, I'm
wizard,
like 3
fighter,
point.
cleric, thief. Usually, was
Yeah, wizard, cleric, fighter, rogue. Yeah, that's right.
Bard subclass. That, this is the pop star bard who is just has so much presence and also fey magic.
I told you, Taylor Swift, Bard. I fucking call. What is this guy saying? The superstar, the pop star. It's the pop star, the greatest pop star of our generation, guys. So you can play with your cats in a wheelchair as Taylor Swift.
sure.
That people are just
Whatever you could. Oh, look at that face! Holy shit! He's like halfway to the snaps. So you could play in D&D anything in your wildest imagination. So why don't you imagine everything you possibly can about your boring ass life? And then you could play it in this game about a fantasy world where you can imagine basically anything. You can do anything you want. So why don't you try to play as Taylor Swift? Because your imagination goes like 3 yards.
Hell, she probably got him a
bedazzled.
check.
Yeah, probably. Bedazzled.
Right. By this bard. And so that's why we've introduced this new play option with beguiling magic. We also, in the mantle of inspiration, have increased the amount of temporary hit points that this feature provides. And then in the mantle of...
Whoa, look how shitty this is, bro. This is supposed to be like a violin or a viola. I guess probably be closer to a viola since it's...
Yes, it looks like honestly a mutant SG, Gibson SG.
Well, yeah, but it's supposed to be it's is the neck bend? I can't tell. But it looks warped.
Yeah, it is.
Sure. Yeah,
It is.
It is.
Yeah, there's
but
no headstock. It bends, and then it goes to probably the headstock.
Yeah, which is whatever. Well, and again,
the bridge is way too far up.
Well, no, it's supposed to be like a violin. Like that's you have a little wooden bridge. Yeah, that's so in like orchestral string instruments. I mean, aside from this bullshit and the warp neck and all that shit, like this is kind of.
So yeah, okay, it's like a violin then.
Yeah, it's just the violin's small, and this is like on the guy's leg. Well, this guy's a twink, anyways. But, anyways, the reason I say that is because this thing in his hand is a bow. See that right there?
Yeah. Okay.
What the fuck kind of bow is like 4 inches? What?
Yeah, it's supposed to be close to the...
The perspective on this is fucking awful. This should go out to like here. It should be like off the page.
This bow looks like it's 6-8 inches long.
Yeah, not even. It's crazy. It like he's
And with the size of that, there's no way you'd be able to go over all those strings with a bow.
no, like look where this index finger is, and look how much travel you have left.
And it's you can't say it's really behind him
Whoa.
because it isn't.
Yeah,
You would
it's
see it
just fucking,
behind his hand.
it's just fucking awful. Like there's no. Oh my god, these people have no fucking clue what they're drawing.
The amount
They even use references, or they just like, oh well, yeah, the guy uses a bow to play this thing. Well,
of temporary hit points that this feature provides. And then in the mantle,
I we're doing a commission for someone, and this is still when we were working with this in between Hardly Heroes artist who we thought was going to be the new artist, and I got him a couple commission gigs for this guy who has a store in Tampa. Anyways, it was a crossover between Deadpool and Jason, and overall it was pretty decent. But he he did the same stupid shit with this, where I guess he was trying to be like within the margins, and I'm just like, bro, you need to redraw this. Then I don't care what you're like. Have you looked at this? And it looked like a tiny little butter knife, like he was swinging. Because
Yeah.
it was like, you realize this isn't the length of a machete, right? Like I have a machete. I took a picture of it and I put it along my arm, and like you realize a machete goes from like my fingers past my elbow, like all of my forearm.
It's usually 18 to 24 inches. Some get
Yeah,
as much as 28.
and I have a long wingspan, so it's like the tip of my finger to like my bicep, like past my elbow, and like almost to my yeah, I guess that'd be almost 2 feet or whatever, like almost to my like armpit, outstretched arm. I'd have to pull up. Anyways, yeah, it was like the length of my arm. Like, bro, you can't draw this like a little fucking dagger. What are you doing? So that's what this reminds me of. Just like, frankly, amateur. Like they didn't look at the poor proportions. They like, oh, yep, that looks good.
Yeah.
Like, no, this is fucking awful. Jesus.
of majesty
Because an AI would probably get that right, right?
I can't tell you one way.
we have made it so that you always now have the command spell prepared, which this feature relies on. And we've also now given you the ability to replace your, rather restore your use of this feature by expending a level 3 or higher spell slot. This is something that we've done in a number of the features in the book that we didn't do 10 years ago in the 2014 Player's Handbook, and that is giving our spellcasting classes in their subclasses sometimes this ability to burn spell slots to get their feature back. And this was a sort of design.
I can't believe you guys have been working on this shit for. I guess I haven't been working on it for all of 10 years, but since a few years ago when they started.
Yeah.
Like, holy shit. This is what you've come up with?
That we began experimenting with a number of years ago in products like Tasha's Cauldron of Everything. And we've seen.
So they have been doing this for years and years. Like Tasha's came out. Wow.
2019.
Okay. Holy shit. This is what you've come up with. This is your like okay.
Seen people have really enjoyed having that option, and so that's why we've now included it here.
Perfect.
Then finally, in the subclasses Unbreakable Majesty, I mean, just even the name of it. When a creature hits you with an attack for the first time on the turn, the creature must succeed on a charisma save or the attack misses. This replaces the feature's original function, which was potentially causing the target, the attacker to have to target somebody else.
Right.
This turns it into more sort of a direct interaction between the attacker and the bard, where the bard can just be like,
Right, because otherwise someone else will feel bad.
Yeah.
And-
Can't have
but
that.
And that would be
And
like
how many
attack.
creatures are going to make a charisma save? So
Right. Well, but that would also have to be a tactical decision. Like, that might actually make for an interesting tanky bard, because you're like, oh, if you fail a charisma save, you have to hit another target. Well, I'm going to position myself in between you and your buddy such that you have to hit them. Wow.
I'm too glorious.
Also, is this just on a reaction? Like, how often can you fucking use this ability? It's ridiculously good.
yeah, otherwise you're unhittable.
Holy shit. Yeah, you're just like,
No, I think it's
no.
he said the first attack.
So? On a charisma save? Like, what's making a charisma save?
Yeah, not too much.
Yeah.
Glorious for you to harm me. Do you really want to attack the bard pop star?
Nice.
So we have
Right. So instead of the attack still going through, you just cancel the attack. It's
Yeah.
just free sanctuary kind of thing. Oh my god.
the College of Lore and the College of Valor, the two returning subclasses from 2014.
All right, looks like I'm playing Taylor Swift, because that's the best bard so far from what I've heard.
Because let us not forget that in 2014, the Bard had only 2 subclasses.
Yeah.
So the Bard's number of subclasses has doubled in the new player's handbook.
Yeah, because you fucking jackasses have just been revising the same shit. Why is that what you're so proud of? Oh, we're so proud to announce that the Bard will start off with the same amount of subclasses conveniently that they've had since like 2019. Yeah, if you're comparing it to 2014, like, God.
Book. And College of Lore and College of Valor are returning subclasses.
Like, I want like 8 subclasses for the Bard. I want like 15. I mean, none of them would be distinguishable from any of the other ones, knowing these
Right.
like fuckers, but you know.
College of Lore is in many ways, the classic Bard.
Yeah.
This is the Bard that is all about gathering stories and magic, the troops. Secrets does, it's specific to the cleric, druid, and wizard spell list, but you can then replace those when you level up as a Bard. So you have more flexibility. You're not only getting to dip into these other classes' spell lists, but then you can swap them out as you level up if you decide that wizard spell you selected was not turning out to be. That is, it now works even on creatures who are immune to the charmed condition.
Holy shit.
Iconic feature
Yeah.
has been enhanced in a subtle but important way. Iconic feature. You have increased flexibility here as a College of Lore Bard. So also, cutting words, which is this Bard's iconic feature, has been enhanced in a subtle but important way, and that is it now works even on creatures who are immune to the charmed condition.
Oh, nasty. Okay.
And so used to be...
That's might be even better than the beguiling one, because cutting words is bardic inspiration, so you may be able to use that way more.
Yeah.
Particularly at higher levels, you would have that wah-wah feeling as a lore bard, where you're trying to use your cutting words and it happened to be a creature that was immune to being charmed. You now don't have to worry about that.
Fantastic.
Because it...
Yeah, that's why you were supposed to use your magical secrets to get other spells and manage your resources appropriately, so you can not just worry about charming, and you have like psychic damage abilities and stuff. Or, you know, dip in a warlock and get eldritch blasts or something. You know, something like, I don't know, creative.
Yeah.
So just don't worry about that anymore. Okay, got it.
It really turns out, no matter what kind of creature you are, who really wants to be cut down by that sassy bard?
That's fair.
Those words cut no matter what you are.
Yeah.
We also, in the Peerless Skill feature, have made an important
Yeah, I'm gonna make a real Tyrion Lannister there, guy. Good job.
improvement here. If you
Be fucking roasting people for days in this new edition.
use your bardic inspiration using this feature to try to turn a failed ability or attack roll into a success,
So the reason why this one looks a little more AI to me is because, and if I'm wrong, this artist is actually really good because the background is like very obviously in the style of like an oil painting, like a Renaissance era.
Right.
But if you look at the, like, maybe not the hand as much, but you look at this feather, this quill that they're using to write whatever on this parchment, magical script for a play or some bullshit. Like the skin tone, maybe more so, but like the hair and the clothes, the detail, the lighting, the shadow work is so fucking good that, and of course, like the best looking one is the one with also like the actually conventionally attractive female. Just kind of point that out there. Just
Yeah.
if anyone's keeping score at home. But so like all of the detail of the foreground character here, like it's not anything. I shouldn't say anything. It's like so much more detailed and different than the background. Um, like this doesn't really even look like a brush kind of design in the colors, or like a painterly, like an oil painting. This looks like almost more like, I don't want to say cell shaded, but like I don't know. I'm not an artist, so I'm
I'm not either.
I'm not too good at describing this. But anyways, my point is it it deviates so drastically from the background. To me, it doesn't look like it looks. That's what makes this one look more like. If I had to guess,
I
this
mean,
would
it
be
could be
more AI.
partial, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I actually really enjoy this one. This one's really good. Um, I mean, this looks like a little more, like you can tell maybe this is like a painting here with the ruffles, just because the way it kind of blends in. I don't know. Maybe I'll have one of the colorlists, one of our artists, review this and give me some notes, and just be like, "Hey, what do you think about this?" Uh, but yeah, I like this one actually a lot.
your attack roll into a success. If you do not succeed at turning it into a success, your use of the bardic inspiration is not expended.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
So this is now a feature that only gets expended if it succeeds at doing.
Wow. So now I can use the inspiration dice infinitely until it succeeds. Holy cow.
Doing its job.
Perfect.
And we did this so
Yeah,
that
perfect.
the lore bard
Mhm.
would feel more bold about using the feature, because features like this, if they get expended, even if they do nothing,
Yeah.
can be frustrating, and it can be very easy for a player who especially really likes shepherding their character's resources.
Oh no, frustrating. We don't want anyone to be frustrated.
Yeah, we don't want challenging.
Yeah, we don't want challenge. We don't want anyone to like feel any kind of, negative emotions. Like God forbid they have to. What did this fucking idiot say? Shepherding their resources? The fuck kind of? Oh my god, it's so lame. Lame.
Yeah. You start hoarding your resources and never using it out of fear.
Exactly, and we.
You mean like
I'll know that if you have
I don't even know what to say to that. Like, I'm just gonna repeat myself. This is dumb. Like, you actually have to plan and manage your resources accordingly. Yeah, you're hoarding them because the fear of you using them because you don't want to lose all your resources. You don't want to like blow your load on shit. It's the risk first reward of, oh, I got to use this. It might fail. Oh my god, it creates suspense and
Yeah, I
makes
mean
makes
that's part of
combat
being
more
a.
intense.
It's if you're going to be a caster, that's the challenge of being a caster is managing
Yeah,
your slots and all that. But if they just give you infinite this, and that, then who gives a shit, right?
yeah. It's participation, uh, inspiration. Hey, here you go. We're just gonna give this to you because you're doing it. You're using it. We're empowering you to use it. You can only succeed. You cannot fail.
an ability that you're always saving and so you never use it, you basically don't have that ability.
Yeah.
And so we want people
No, it's not that I don't have that ability. You fucking retards.
to feel emboldened to use their class features.
Perfect. All right, that brings us to
See, emboldened. I said empowered because I was being like I was saying the buzzwords, but he must have read from like a synonym book. What are they? A thesaurus? Thesaurus?
Yeah.
It's like, oh, I don't want to say empower. Oh, emboldened. There you go. That's a good one. Why even have fucking hit points, man? Who cares? Like, why even just like
I mean,
instead
with
of
power
getting
creep like this, if you want to play a warrior, you're pretty much screwed, and that was the problem with third edition. So
yeah, it's who that's way
it's
out the window at
which
this
is
point.
like a class I like to play.
But I just mean
So
like, why have any challenge at all? Like, why do like, oh, you can't die in this game. You just get knocked unconscious and you get revived, like Borderlands. Or like, oh, you get picked up again, or you come back, you respawn. Everyone gets to respawn
yeah,
twice per combat. Like, I'm just saying, why even have fucking if you're just gonna remove all the challenges? I mean, I know we like joke about this and we're like sarcastic. We're like, oh, it's like babies D&D. This is now D&D for babies, but like, who cares? Like, it's just arbitrary at this point. You're just like, oh, everything's good. Don't worry. You don't want to fail. No challenge. No tactical. No like learning or like hurdles to overcome, restrictions. No like, oh, you got to figure out how to do this and develop skills and like make the game more satisfying. Just show up, play with your fucking Taylor Swift toys for an hour or two, and so have a good time.
yeah.
I mean, they had Munchkin for that. Like, there was a game. It's I just don't understand. Like, just make a fucking babies D&D, and then just like have D&D for the rest of us who actually play.
Yeah, you could have a basic set or something. I mean, this
Yeah.
actually makes things even more complicated for somebody running their character. I would say just at this point, go back to 3.5 and say the hell with it. If you're going to run this, it seems like they're adding so much stuff, and you can. It just seems like that wasn't the point of 5th edition in the first place.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder if it ironically will make stuff more complicated because people are like, well, I have to do this thing. So how many times? Although you still only get like 2 or 3 actions a turn for the most part. You typically get like your move, your action, your bonus action. You do a reaction. Like, there isn't a whole lot to like combat and stuff, so it's still pretty simple. It's just like, you know,
Yeah.
it's just removing all the hurdles, all the barriers, everything that's challenging. Like, and the only restrictions they actually make were ones that were like really mechanically
Sound.
breaking the game. Yeah, mechanically. Thank you. Exactly. They're mechanically sound updates. The rest of it is just stupid.
Yeah.
To a very popular subclass for the Bard, the College of Valor.
So the College of Valor has a major update hiding inside its extra attack feature.
Okay.
And this is the main change here because College of Valor, super solid in 2014.
Yeah.
And what people are going to see here is
Oh, look, this says a Frufu ovary like neck.
God, none of this. See,
So
none
here's
of
the
this art
ovary, here's the
says D&D.
vagina, here's the ovaries,
Yeah.
right? So that's okay. Little, what the fuck is this? Like,
Yeah.
none of these things do anything. It's like supposed to be a heart, but it's still a fucking
Fallopian tubes. Yeah.
yeah. And where does it go? Like, is the bridge here? I don't know. Why the fuck is your
God, none of this is D&D to me. None of it.
no? It's a little tea party.
It looks like a fantasy novel
There's
written by a young girl.
yeah, it's for young adult novel. Look, they even have a little baby here. Little baby D&D for little baby girls. This weird girl, like, like weird elf looking. Like, what's the look she's making? Like,
Why
yeah,
aren't
I'm
they
about to,
killing shit, man?
about to take this dryad out behind the stage and molest her or something.
yes.
What is that look on her face? Also, is this an elf or a dryad?
An orc?
No fucking way. That's not an orc.
I don't
There's
know.
no way.
Green skin, half orc.
Maybe like half elf.
I don't know.
I don't know, man. What looks like a child? That's
A
the way
naga?
they're. What is this hand? This is the blob. Some of this is really detailed, and some of this is really bad. I don't know.
is largely what they saw in 2014. But a big exception to that statement, and that is in the extra attack feature, we have made it so that you can cast one of your cantrips
Oh my god! Of
in
course
place
you
of
did.
one of your extra attacks.
Oh,
So it used to be that you got extra attack, which is awesome.
That's the wizard subclass. That's the whole point of the wizard. Wow. That makes me sad.
Yeah.
I'm sad. Oh man, so if I get Eldritch Blast somehow as a cantrip again, I can fucking extra attack to cast Eldritch Blast and get like 2 or 3 beams. So I effectively just
This
cheated
one's
out.
D10.
Like,
Yeah.
yeah, I just cheated out another extra set of attacks.
But what we wanted is to give you the flexibility to, through the use of that extra attack, speak to either side of your identity as a Valor Bard, whether it's your weapon use or your
Wait, schizophrenic? What's happening? What do you mean I multiple identities?
spell casting. And so
Sorry, I was being pedantic.
now, similar to what you see in the Eldritch Knight, you can mix it up with your extra attack. And if you
No, not similarly. Exactly.
want, use a cantrip in place of one of those attacks. And so that will give you a lot more tactical versatility than you had before.
and again, speaks again to that wish fulfillment.
Yeah.
Why the wish fulfillment? What the fuck?
If you are playing this type of bard, you want to be mixing magic and sword and sorcery.
And along that same theme, the other change worth noting inside the College of Valor is that they can now use simple and martial weapons as spell casting focuses for their bard spells.
Yeah.
So what that now means is they don't have to worry about what's in their hands.
Hmm.
They're an Eldritch Knight then.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not similar. It's exactly like that. Wow. Like I cannot believe this oversight. Like, unless they drastically change the way Eldritch Blast works, Like it's literally based on your class level now or some bullshit. Like it's your warlock level. If it still scales based on my level, I'm doing fucking everything I can to get that. I mean, fuck, just think about that. Like, if any cantrip still scales based on your level, not even Eldritch Blast. Like, just set aside obviously Eldritch Blast and getting multiple D10 attacks. Just say like Ray of Frost. Is Ray of Frost a cantrip? Toll of the Dead, right? Toll of the Dead is like multiple D12s. What the fuck? If they're damaged, like which they should be, right? Because presumably you have at least one attack already. So because this is instead of extra attack, so it's like you get your normal attack, and then additionally you cast a cantrip. Like that's really fucking good. That's better than any martial class that's getting extra attack.
Yep.
Or not, because they can channel their magic through their weapons themselves, which is why in the art for this subclass we show this bard with a shield and a blade, and given how this subclass works, this bard can cast their spell through the blade that they're wielding.
When you pre-order the digital physical bundle.
Wait, so it's casting it through the... Hold on. Hold on. I'm gonna have to see the wording of that ability. So does that mean I can crit with the... Interesting. It's probably not how I think it is. That would be ridiculous. It can't possibly be where I can like crit the spell. There's all the digital bullshit.
On D&D Beyond. You can find the links to all.
Yeah, whatever. Okay, cool. We did it. That was honestly, I don't know if that's better or worse than the Warlock. I honestly don't
probably
know.
have some you have to play test. I don't know, who's going to be the dancing. Well, they're completely revamping Bard, and then they're.
Oh yeah. Like I don't even give a shit about the dancing Bard anymore. I mean that shit's obviously gay as hell, but just the mechanically, I passed the design philosophy and I'm back in the mechanics now. I'm just thinking like, so Valor's really good. War Bard is better. And the beguiling, whatever they called it, Bard is really good. Glamour, whatever it is now. So all the Bard abilities are super good. All the Bard subclasses. I mean, the funny thing is comparing it to Warlock. Like we watched most of the Warlock update.
Yeah,
video.
we watched the Warlock,
and like the subclasses are basically the same as they were or they are now. There's nothing there that I saw that was like, oh, this is crazy, except like how they have to change the way the spells and spell slots and since everything's prepared. And they gave them their subclass immediately.
Yeah,
and they can switch out subclasses, so they're just better because now they have a ton of versatility. But I don't think they're more powerful though. Like they just clearly gave Bard a big bump. Like nothing I heard in that Warlock,
pretty powerful to begin with.
which is pretty powerful. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like it's already, in my opinion, the best class of the game. But yeah, now it's powerful. I mean, I guess I would have to see compare it to like Wizard, what they do with Wizard. But yeah, being able to just swap in and out magical secrets.
They're phasing out martial classes. It really is. I mean, I haven't heard what they've done with Warrior or Rogue, but I don't think it can match.
Oh yeah, yeah. The only way that they could possibly compete with martial classes is like instead of so like most of the martial classes, or I guess all of them really, get extra attack at 5. Like you would have to get, and then the next extra attack is like 11. You would have to give them another extra attack at like 8, to the point where they're getting like 3 or 4 attacks by like level 10,
Yeah.
or honestly not even 10, because like when can you get fireball as a caster? At 5 you get your level 3
Yeah.
spells.
Level 5.
So like they would have to give them like make your extra attack stack from multi-classing now or something. Just bump up the extra attack. Like, oh, no penalty for 2-weapon fighting anymore, damage like modifier on your bonus attack. Just a straight up extra attack. Because you think like, okay, well, fireball is like AoE, it's multiple D8s or D6s. Am I
Like
confusing?
in Shadow of the Demon Lord, if you're a fighter, if you're attacking with I think your first level thing you get is you get an extra boon, which is basically advantage. Boons and banes cancel each other out, but basically, and then I think at a certain level, 3rd level or something, you get an extra 1d6 per attack, no matter what.
Yeah. So like
Damage.
this.
So if you hit, it's an extra d6.
Right. Well, so yeah, like so in this, uh, fireball is 86 base. It's like you're doing 86. Now, obviously, yeah, you're limited by spell slots, where martial characters can just use an action. But if, for example, Valor Bard at my extra attack, which is, I want to say 6, because you get it slightly later when you're like an Eldritch Knight or like a whirling or dancing wizard, whatever it was. I think it's 6, so you get it a level later. But if I'm doing a quote unquote extra attack, but that's my cantrip, so now I'm potentially increasing the damage dice. Like I'm doing an attack, but the extra attack is dealing like 2d12 or like multiple d8s. How can a regular double attack martial character compete with that?
You can't.
Like you can. Yeah. So unless they've drastically changed the way the cantrips work, like for the martial characters, you need to give them like, you know, an extra attack when they get extra attack or something. Like that's the only way they're going to compete. Or like increase the damage die on all weapons. So like instead of
something like that, give them some sort of bonus. Like a weapon specialist, because weapons just
like
don't do enough bonus, and
yeah,
they don't do enough damage, and an extra attack could miss.
Right, it could miss. Yeah. Whereas, yeah, I mean, you could do.
I mean, chances are
a
some
spell
of them
attack
will miss.
Yeah, so you could do like proficiency to damage, maybe something like that. So you get ability modifier and proficiency bonus or something, because that also scales as you level.
Yeah.
So
or if they
that
chose
wouldn't
something
be
like
terrible.
duelist as a fighting discipline that gives them +2 on one-handed weapons, you could double that in addition to using the proficiency, make like master duelist or something like that. Or
Yeah, just something that scales a lot more efficiently, so that way you can compete. Because yeah, otherwise there's no fucking way you can compete. It just doesn't make sense, um, especially with since they. I mean, in 5th edition in general, they just completely fucked the economy of the game with magic items, because they're like, oh, magic items are so much rarer now, and DM's discretion. So we're not even going to have a price table. Like we're not even going to have a pricing sheet for these these rarity on the items. You have to find them, and there's like rolls and whatever based on the pricing. And so
Yeah.
it's like, okay, well, so as a martial character, I'm not even necessarily guaranteed. Like I can't even rely on at a certain level having a +1 weapon so I can overcome magic resistance. You know, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Like, holy shit, that sucks. Like at least Monk gets it, you know, in that built into the class. It's like, oh my god. So I don't know. Yeah, I can't imagine. I can't imagine that martial classes will really do much of anything anymore.
No, probably not. Which was the big problem with third edition. Is that, you know,
Yeah,
maybe
so-
barbarians, you know, could get there with their rage, could get damage up there, but
yeah, they could get there. Well, and again, like you got a lot more attacks as a martial character in like third 3.5. So you could have like, you know, once you got up there, you could have like 5 attacks in a round, and then if you had like some extra magic damage dice or something, or you know increased your threat range, it's like you're like I mean, it doesn't scale the same as you know like a full wizard or whatever, a cleric, but you could at least become pretty close. Like I think the way they did the math is you could end up doing more damage as a martial character, but like as a caster, you could like Nova more damage or something. Like you could do more
I mean,
DPR.
early on, levels 1 through, I don't know, let's say 4 or 5, you probably will, but then you just get
Mhm.
you get completely lapped at that point.
Yeah, just the amount of spells that they have and stuff. So yeah, yeah, it's pretty fucking bad. I don't know. It's I mean, yeah, even if maybe they just increase the weapon, so where like a long sword goes from like a D8 and a D10 two-handed, it's like, well, now it just does a D10. And two-handed, it's a D12. And then at least the martial characters for a long time, they're gonna do more damage. And then yeah, eventually they're just gonna get outpaced because like the casters are just gonna be rolling so much more damage dice on their spells. So that's probably what
Alright.
I would do.
Well,
That'd probably be the easiest fix if I was them. Just and then at least you know in the early
increase the
levels.
damage per attack, you know.
Well, like I said, the easiest thing would just be scale it up so it'd be more lethal, and then at least the martial classes could have fun for like the first, you know, 5 to 10 levels, and then even after that, it's like okay, well, that makes sense. These casters are becoming like gods, but then the game will be a lot more lethal at earlier levels too, which is kind of go back to earlier editions where like you had to rely on your sword and board characters, and the casters were super weak. You know what I mean? Like remember back in the day when a wizard's hit points was like D4, you know,
Yeah.
and it
Yeah.
was like, holy shit, one attack on this guy, you're dead.
He's
You're just
done.
dead. You're
Yeah.
just down. Yeah. So something more like that, where you know at least they have to survive to the later levels. I don't know.
All right. Well, we got some
Well,
D&D in.
that's that. Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, we got a little bit of time. I want to go through this video, and then I'm gonna have to hop off. We can check out
Okay.
some.
Yeah, I got to get
some.
up early, so.
So yeah. But yeah, I want to watch a little bit of this video. This is a guy who I found showed up on my recommended stuff. Sticky Goose Comics. He does a handful of different video content, but obviously mostly related to comic books. He's actually got a wall of books in the back, like actual statues. We got a little bit of Funko Pop, so maybe don't judge him for that. But anyways, from some of the videos I saw, it seemed like this guy is actually involved and in tune with like buying and selling, trading books, collections, collecting, selling collections or whatever. So um, I figured this would be an interesting video to watch, mainly because this is what I've been saying probably since we got into comic books, maybe like a year into starting Shattermare, just because we were going to all these shows and seeing all of the different graded books that people are doing and stupid CGC and everyone sending their shit in to get graded and slabbed. And I'd see dealers with like, these walls of graded books. They're just sitting there, and you start to see the same ones, and you go to these comic shops and they just have like long boxes of, instead of long boxes of comic books, there's specifically long boxes of like, oh, here's our graded books, and it's like,
Yeah.
here's the heavily discounted ones that all aren't 9.8, and then you get into the well, if I have an older key issue and I get it like pressed or whatever and graded, it might still come back as like a 4.5. But if it's like an old X-Men or Hulk or Spider-Man, Detective Comics, what have you, it could still be like $2,000 book. But the thing is that everyone's doing this, and I'm just applying like my basic my basic knowledge of economics and finance to this specific niche in the collector's market, and I'm like, yeah, this is a bubble. This is bullshit. This is like classic bubble. Even
Yeah,
with
and I think the economy sometimes has something to do with it.
oh, for sure. When people were getting like stimmy checks and all kinds of shit, and
yeah.
they were at home more during COVID, like people were just throwing money left and right at books and collectibles and stuff. And as the economy shit and the government's printing a bunch of money, like, and people have this kind of intuitive sense that's like, oh, I need to buy physical things. I need to buy stuff that's physical because the dollar is shitting the bed. Like they're
Yep.
devaluing the dollar. But the other thing, and I won't go into too much detail because he'll kind of talk about it in the video. But when you have these graded books, there's also like a perception of like, oh, this book is worth X X more dollars because it's graded, because it has this grade. And it's like, all you fucking did was pay this something fee, to send it in to CGC. It could be like $30 to $50, depending on how many you send in. If it's like gold label, because
Right.
you can have like an artist account or a dealer, a different range. And anyway, so like it creates this huge level of speculation. So a bunch of speculative books, and then yeah, just like every bubble, eventually people realize like, wait, I'm not fucking spending this much
Well,
money on these.
speculation is what killed the comics in the 90s.
Yeah, and so that's the same thing happening now. Arguably, it's the only thing propping up the modern comic market, because people are done for the most part with modern Western comics. They
Yeah,
buy
with the
back
modern
issues.
comics has been back issues.
Yeah. So, but these graded books where people are doing all these incentive covers, variants, store exclusives, all this ratio bullshit. Yeah, that's what people are speculating hard on. So, anyway, so that brings us to this guy's video. Graded comic books are not selling. No one wants them.
And welcome back. Today I'm talking about graded. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Today I'm talking about graded comic books. Specifically, I don't think anybody's buying these anymore. Pick your favorite grading company, CGC, PGX, CBCS, whatever the case may be. People are having real trouble selling these books, and there is a lot of collectors that are just done collecting them. As many of you all know, I had sold several books here recently, and I took some huge losses. So from personal evidence and then also some anecdotal evidence from other people, I'm quickly seeing that this graded fad, the CGC fad, is slowly fading away. And I think it's multifactorial. Before I get into the details of that, I want to read this comment from one of the viewers of the channel. This is from K Marty 009. I have hundreds of graded comics. I started
Holy fuck. Hundreds. Why? Oh my god, bro.
Yeah.
to move, tried some out of my inventory. I have found that on eBay, Facebook groups, Instagram, etc., they just sit there. Recently, I tried selling my Batman 227 7.0, X-Men 12 8.0, ASM 4446 8.5 9.0, ASM 316 newsstand 9.6. Tried for weeks. I got lowball offers as if I was destitute. I said, screw it, cracked the 227, the X-Men 12 from the slab, and sold them raw almost instantly.
So that's interesting. The fact that people want the raw books, which is what I've also said personally. Like, if I go to buy something and I'm like, yeah, fuck that. I'll just get it signed. And if it has a COA, a certificate of authenticity, it's like, I I know I had this guy sign the book, the artist or whatever. So fuck sending and paying this middleman, CGC or whoever.
Not only that, but some people want to read it.
Yeah, and if they're just they're just collecting it and they actually read, fucking God forbid they actually read the book. You know what I mean? But yeah, collectors just want the raw copy because they could just pay the fee and get it graded. You know what I mean? Like at the end of the day, if they're going to try to sell it, they could fucking pay. So
read it and then
if they're going to read it,
slabbed or
yeah. Well, and that's the thing. Another thing is like you're taking a hobby, which the collecting is secondary. Like they became collectibles because they were rare because they only printed so many of these books from decades ago. So now they're valuable. The fucking point of the book, the intrinsic value is to read it. And so you put it in this plastic coffin, where you could basically only see the cover art, which is why people only give a shit about selling covers now. They don't give a shit about the interior art. I believe that's part of the problem. And yeah, that's it. You can't do shit with it. You just sit there and stare at it. So you've turned this perfectly good hobby of enjoying art and the book and the story, and you've actually ruined that. Like you've made it less enjoyable. Fucking stupid. So, but I just want to pause it there because it's funny that this guy cracked them and then immediately sold them. So
I lost money doing that and realized graded books will not sell. Maybe on Comic Link some, but at the
and yeah, of course he's losing money because he's paying a bunch of money to get them graded in the first place. Like this happens with like card games too. It's fucking infested everything. But I have some old cards that I'm going through now, like to take pictures and catalog and sell. And I thought about like taking some of them out and like sending them to get graded, but then I was like, fuck that. Why would I want to experience the exact same thing these people are doing in comics, but with cards? I'll just sell the whole fucking collection. If they're a collector, they're gonna buy it anyways. They can go get it graded. You know what I mean? Like, why would I like piecemeal out these cards? Like, just sell the whole fucking thing, get the value, and then good. I sold it. I sold my collection. I made money. I don't have to try to deal with this bullshit speculative market.
the end of the day, collectors don't want them graded. I realized I'm sitting on hundreds of slabs that are essentially worthless in the slab. If I want to flip them, I had to crack them to move them. Honestly, I don't think I will slab anything anymore. I can't move them. I will focus on high grade raw and
that's right, high grade raw. Because another thing is like you're kind of taking out the mystery, so to speak. Like if you send something and get graded, it's like, oh, well, I can tell that it's a grade. You know what I mean? Whereas if it's raw and it just looks good, like it's a good looking book, it's like, well, you're paying for the book, you're paying some amount of value. if it's
Probably have to sell at a reduced price, but
well,
with collectibles, it really is the market dictates it.
right.
So,
Well, so yeah, when I say like you're selling it for the value, I mean you're selling it at that market value. So what these guys are doing is, again, and I think he touches on this, but like they're drastically marking it up once they get it graded, because they're like, oh well, now that it's
yeah,
graded, it's going to be this value, and it's like, no, because no one fucking wants to pay that for it. Like you're just artificially trying to inflate the market value of this thing. So, but yeah, you're exactly right about that.
Complete runs, which I can sell if I ever wanted to move them.
$10 can help
Oh,
fund
God.
powerful ads to reach undecided voters nationwide.
This was extremely interesting to me to read this. And then also, a friend of mine reached out who was getting into the game, getting into the collecting hobby, and he had bought a couple nice books, a Killing Joke 9.8 and a first Hellboy in color, the Next Men book, I think 21, in a 9.6. He had sold both of those and then said, I don't want to collect graded comic books. What is going on here? So CGC obviously has taken a whole lot of fire, and deservedly so. I mean, books being compromised in the slabs, graders showing favoritism, stealing books.
Yeah, their shit is fucked, dude. Like, I hear all kind of weird fucking stories about that's a whole other, you know, bag of dicks that you have to deal with these. Yeah, so like, I'm not gonna name names, but I know I can confirm part of what he's saying, 100% based off of what was he saying? Hold on, one of the things he mentioned here.
Stealing books, them showing the favoritism,
The favoritism. So almost always, like there's there's like a handful of like there's a very short list of books in the world of comic books that have like a 10, like a CGC 10 on it. That's like a perfectly graded book. So pretty much all you're going to shoot for is 9.8s.
Yeah, I mean, even off the rack, it's like there's always a flaw.
There's a couple flaws.
Taking it out of the box and putting it on a shelf will reduce
Yeah,
it to 10.
To the point where I think in person I've only maybe seen one 10.0. And you pretty much always see 9.8s. Anything that's like new or that's considered effectively like near mint. You know what I mean? Like as good as it's gonna get. Anyways, so I know of a guy. And for whatever reason, because he's got a deal, because he gets so many fucking made, because he brings them himself or something, he gets 9.9s. Like, and I asked because I saw them and I'm like, huh, how do you have so many 9.9s? Like, I've actually, I think that might have been the first time I saw 9.9 in his bin of ones that and so it's like, that's odd. And he was kind of joking about it, but he said it jokingly, but he basically said it as much like, yeah, they hooked me up with these. It's like, okay, interesting, because I find it very peculiar that somehow you bring these in and get a bunch of 9.9s, but there's plenty of other people. There's literally CGC like signings they do at location with like freshly printed books that go straight from the printer to CGC, and they get 9.8s. So what the fuck who are you talking? Anyways, so yeah, I can confirm that this happens.
Stealing books, them showing the grading site and how just lackadaisical and pathetic it was in there. I mean, there's a lot of factors going on, but I think one of the biggest factors is that a lot of people that got into this and they wanted to collect comic books, they realized that this is really not collecting comic books. So what a lot of people I think did was, and especially a lot of the new people within the past few years, got the comics, realized how hollow of an experience it really is to get a comic book graded by this, and this being your comic book experience.
Yeah, it's gross.
A lot of those people not only saw the bottom fall out, but then they didn't become real fans because they didn't experience the comic. I think that is one of the biggest factors of why this is happening. And another factor about why this is happening is the people that are trying to grade things or trying to buy things for investments or things, people are trying to get this for the lowest possible price.
Yeah.
When you are buying something that's already graded, you're basically saying, hey, I'm either a collector, I want to keep this forever in perpetuity, or you're trying to get this really cheap so that you can flip it.
Yeah, so you can
The
flip
problem is graded prices are not the same as raw price.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to flip it unless you hold on to it for a long time.
Yeah, I did actually flip one of the first graded books I got just because I think it might have been the same guy, but it was literally like he was trying to give me a deal, like he was trying to move it, you know what I mean? It was like the last one he had. That was one of the first times I'd gone to the shop or whatever, and I was still like throwing too much money around at shops just to be like, hey, you know, I'll support you, support us, and carry the book or whatever. And anyways, it was funny. Like I would have literally never bought that. But he was like, oh look, this is how much they're going for on eBay. And I'm like, huh. All right, fair, I'll take it. And then I flipped it for like a good amount of money. I was like, all right, well that's cool. That paid for, you know, some of the comics I've been buying recently. A good chunk of them. But yeah, I mean the only other books that I've got graded, there's like a short box of ones I got personally, and then the other half of that one is Hardly Heroes issues, because duh, like if people are buying, you know, collectors come by and they're like, oh, you're a new company, you've got, you know, 9.8, like they're speculating, they're holding, like you saying, holding in case, like, you know, we blow up. And it's like, you know, if it does, like they made a shitload of money on investment. If we don't, whatever, what's, you know, $150 or whatever. And yeah, then the other ones I'm holding because there are a handful of them. I'm like, well, I actually got signed by a pretty fucking famous artist, and it's sad to say, but I'm just gonna hold on to it till they die. And then once they die, all of their stuff is gonna go up, no matter what it is, because they're never gonna sign anything again, ever. So, but yeah, most of this is just complete bullshit. I'll just be straight up. Because I'm like, yeah, it's a complete waste of time. I'm not buying any of these. I'm not paying stupid overpriced prices. Like, I'll buy the fucking comic book. Thanks.
Yeah. Prices. And many sellers and flippers like this K Marty 009 are quickly realizing that your graded comic book prices aren't really actually what the market is bearing. I think a lot of people are wanting to buy a raw copy of something like this, press it, you know, with their magic pressing abilities that apparently everyone freaking has at this point.
That's true.
And then try to get it graded, and then that's where they can make their money. And I think that's everyone's kind of scheme or game that is still grading at this point. CGC is in a complete free fall. Here recently, I just looked on their site, and they are offering like deals now where if you...
Yeah, I didn't know it was this bad. It's funny till I saw this video and I'm like, good for them. Fuck you. So
Tend in like X amount of books. They'll like give you a bundle deal. Can you believe that they're at that point now? How far they've fallen from 2021, where it would take years to get your books back, to now where they're begging people by lowering their prices even further with bundle deals. What is this, freaking Walmart or some crap? I mean, it's just like, it's a joke. Like, the prices keep rolling on back. Like it or not, eBay and
good. I mean,
Yeah.
that's a good
Free
sign
market
in my
at
opinion.
work.
Yeah, I mean that right there is a signal to me. It's like, yeah, finally people are rolling back their demand for this, so they have to give deals to try to get more people to send them books to be graded. So it's yeah, it's interesting. I feel pretty validated right now, I guess.
and Facebook groups and Instagram and stuff. That is the market. That is what is setting these prices at Comic Cons. That's what people, specifically dealers, are going off of. And that is what the market is. And if the market is trending towards graded comic books sitting in perpetuity in a listing and never being sold, that speaks volumes. People do not want this anymore. So where does that leave somebody like me, somebody like you potentially watching this, screaming at your device right now saying, Sticky Goose, you're a fucking idiot? Realistically, you could.
I don't think you're a fucking idiot. I think the people who buy those are fucking idiots. Like, you know, you could just
And they
buy
have to
the
hold
book.
on to them. They can't flip them very easily.
Yeah,
in this
exactly.
market.
Yeah, you can. Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, you're just paying way more than you need to. Like you're saying, like, yeah, you could buy the book in good condition, just hold it. Or would you like to spend like potentially tens, hundreds, like thousands more dollars on this just because it's encased in plastic? So
Just crack all your slab, crack out your books and take them out of the slab, and then just pray to God that it is what it is that's in the slab. Or you just sit tight and just enjoy your books, and just keep them in the case and enjoy it. People are in full panic mode, and that is not lost on me. The reason you're watching this video, I'm sure, is you're seeing the trends, you're seeing what's happening.
Are you driving way less than you used to? Do you have a clean driving record? Are you over?
For this summer, 2024, guys like this, guys like that were telling us, hey, the prices are going to go back up here in the summer. Well,
of course they are.
Shocker, they're not. This is still crashing. It's still in free fall. We have not seen the bottom yet of these books, and a lot of people are getting out. If I were you, I would not be buying graded comic books, regardless of what it is, whether it's an X-Men one or an FF one or whatever it is. Good luck finding one not graded. But if you can, that is kind of where you want to be, because selling these, if you did need to move these, is extremely difficult, and people are not willing to pay the piper. And what that means is that your investment of sending these books down to CGC and having them graded does not actually increase the value of your collection. The proof is in the pudding. I mean,
yeah, I mean, to me, it's like, if I had something in good condition, like if I had something that didn't look like it was in flawless condition, I would fucking hate to, because here's the thing he's like not really mentioning, but kind of mentioning as a part of this. If you have something and it's not a 9.8 and it's not a super collectible, like a key issue, like say you have something that's like a 6,
Right.
that book is fucked up. You know what I mean? Like if people are like, well, I'll only get 9.8 because it's the highest. Let's say it's a card, going back to like the card games.
Yeah, I mean the value drops
It's
significantly.
Yeah, significantly. So like if a bunch of people have like PSA 10s and it's like much more achievable to get a 10, whatever the top end is of a card. Well, if I don't get a 10, I just wasted the fucking money. I just wasted the money to get that graded right there. Like I might as well crack it and then just sell it ungraded, because it, like, if someone's hunting for it, yeah, they're all gonna go for the, and even if it costs more, like I know, okay, great, I have a perfect condition, whatever. I'm just gonna ignore everything below that.
Yeah.
Like I'm not gonna purposefully go for stuff that's in shittier quality. So, but if I have a raw one, it's like, okay, well, it might not be perfect condition, but now I'm not just gonna get excluded because it's not perfect. You know what I mean? Um, so yeah, I mean, there's the whole psychology of the
Yeah.
number there.
I mean, I have done a complete 180. I mean, I really have seen what these graded comic books, what the opinion of the general collecting population is, just what my feeling of having these key issues encased in this plastic, like this does not give me fulfillment. I've just read two incredible books, The Immortal Iron Fist and by Ed Brubaker, and now I'm reading Jeff Lemire's Moon Knight. And the enjoyment, and Jeff Loeb and Tim Sale's Batman omnibus, which was incredible. Those have given me so much more enjoyment, so much more fulfillment than buying anything like this ever has.
Yeah, it's just FOMO shit, and that wears off pretty quick.
Yeah.
And then you're stuck with a piece of shit that isn't even really a great investment for collectors. And yeah, you can't even actually enjoy the book itself. So that fucking sucks.
And I really have done a complete 180. Like the whole getting things graded game, and buying the key issues and collecting comics, keys and stuff, that is a whole nother thing. That is a whole nother animal. And I am really getting away from that. I am not actively seeking out key issues and stuff like that. I don't give a shit anymore. I really don't. I enjoy what I have, I guess. But I would trade all of this shit for like the best stories ever, so that I can read them and enjoy them and sit in my nice recliner I have down here, which is awesome now. I really am done with playing this game of, trying to get a book and guessing the price and guessing the market value. It's fucking stressful, and I'm tired of doing it.
Yeah, because it becomes a job. Like if you're so invested in it, like you don't want to spend you don't want to have a part-time job like chasing a market for a niche a niche collectible or asset, I guess. Yeah, it's stupid.
It is a job.
Yeah, it becomes a job, and it's stressful because you're focused on that, not the hobby itself. I mean, again, like I said earlier, the whole reason they became collectible and worth something valuable is the scarcity, like the rarity of the book in good condition. You hold on to these things and you can sell them later, maybe. Like people back in the day weren't even totally sure they're going to be worth anything. But you kept them because you read them and you're like, I'll save them for my kids to read someday, or eventually I'll sell my collection, or maybe I want to go back and read that run. I collected the whole run. Like now I can read it when I want.
Now's
Like
a great time to read old comics, because new ones just don't have it.
yeah, and and specifically new comics blow for the most part. So it's like, yeah, why not go fill in a run, and now it's been so long, you can fill in a run and you can read the whole story from beginning to end, like he's saying, or get an omnibus or collection. Like you don't have to, wait 3 years, month to month when the comic comes out. You just go find, yeah. Like I got tired really quick of like, oh, that's a cool book or whatever, and then it just goes into a box. It's like I never even fucking read it. Like so
Yeah, I don't get
nowadays.
that. I've never gotten that.
Yeah, that became so old so quick. I was like, fuck this. The only time I'm getting like a quote unquote variant or whatever is if I'm also getting one to read. And like if I'm gonna get it to begin with, I'm gonna fucking read it. Like no more of this bullshit. It's dumb. It's just hoarding. It's stupid.
Doing it. So I really have moved past that in my comic book career. Guys, what do you guys think? If any point in time you like this video, give the thumbs up. And if you like this video, subscribe for more. Take care.
Oh,
Like the Ultimate Spider-Man run, the new one is is the only one I'm considering getting the first print if it's collectible and getting the whole run as it comes out. Otherwise, yeah, I would just get a trade. I would just get like 2 volumes and then read the whole story. I don't give a shit about. And that's uh yeah, that's the first one in a little while. I've been excited about that. And I'm like, otherwise who fucking cares? I'll just read the whole story. Like I don't even need to get individual issues.
Yeah.
So, because I mean, I've come into the comic scene pretty recently compared to most of the people I hang out with and talk to and meet. So it's like all the old books, instead of going through and digging through a bunch of back issues, unless I could talk to someone and say, hey, do you have this, run or whatever? It's so much easier to just get a volume or an omnibus.
Yeah, I got an omnibus of Conan, Bushima's Conan from the 70s, and I got
Nice.
a 2-in-1 with the Thing and a few others, and that's what I'll do. I mean, I have
Just-
comics, but they're not in great shape because I actually read them, and I didn't bag and board all of them. I think I bagged everything, but they're in a condition where even some of my key issues, which could go for hundreds, probably could go $50 just because the value goes down significantly if it's not in the 9s.
Right, exactly.
And I don't think I have too many, if any. That would be nice because I read them and I reread them, and now they've come in handy because I'm not really worried about what they're worth. I don't give a shit. I just want to read them because the storytelling is still superior to really anything coming out today in film or comics or video games or TV. And so if I can just sit quietly and read a Daredevil run or something like that, or I'll just do it. And who cares? They can't take that from me,
They can't take it. Yeah, exactly. And
that's where the value is. To me, that's where the value is. They've come in real handy over these last few years since I'm really not streaming anything, or I may sign up for Netflix again once Cobra Kai is completely in the can, and then I'll just binge it.
And then just watch that.
But otherwise, I may go see the Deadpool Wolverine movie. I've heard really good things about it.
Yeah, I'll let you know how it goes. I'm gonna see that here in the next couple days.
But that's an anomaly from Disney because that was pushed through under Chapek, and I don't think the current guy, Bob Iger, wanted it released because it really pokes fun at Disney in Phase 4 and multiverses and all that shit.
Yeah, those guys have massive fucking egos. So, but yeah,
I think it'll make $1 billion. I think it'll clear $1 billion.
Yeah, I mean, and then they'll learn all the wrong lessons again from that, but
Yeah,
you know,
but
it'll at least be a good one-off. I mean, that's where I've landed on these movies.
well, I mean,
and-
this has been a shit summer for what Twisters is really the only summer popcorn flick that is.
yeah, I heard people talking about that. I'm like,
and it's
what?
just a
Twisters?
rehash of the first one, more or less.
Yeah, for sure.
So how? I mean, by now at this time, there would have been at least 4 or 5 movies that blockbuster and something you can talk about, and it's just been really depressed because I'm not interested in Inside Out 2. Just not. I never saw the first
I don't
one.
blame you.
Yeah, I'm not an animated kids thing, but good for them. So they're outside of Deadpool, Wolverine, I'm not interested in the new Alien movie coming out because the previous 2 were dog shit. I think Ridley Scott has lost it, but we'll see.
Yeah, that looks pretty silly now. But,
Could
yeah,
be good. I have no interest in Beetlejuice 2. I don't think they're going to capture what the first Beetlejuice was.
yeah, man, I didn't know any of these movies were coming out. I guess the Alien is what I think I saw a trailer part of it recently, but
Well, I think next month the Alien movie, and then in October, which is really the perfect time for
Or a
it, is
flyer.
the Beetlejuice movie or something. But
yeah, who knows?
this is a depressing summer for films, and last year really wasn't that great either. With what, Barbie or Oppenheimer, I wasn't interested in either one of those. I saw Oppenheimer in pieces.
Yeah,
'cause
I mean, they
couldn't
should.
sit through the whole thing.
Yeah, they should be thankful if it does well, but I mean, again, yeah, like you said, they don't give a shit about making money. So, oh well.
Yeah,
But
we'll see what Deadpool Wolverine does, though. It looks like it's. I've heard nothing. Chris Gore has done reviews of it, and no spoilers. Not till Friday.
yeah, I'll let you know next week when we get on.
Okay, I'm gonna wait a bit because I'm just not a crowd guy.
Yeah, I won't spoil everything, but I'll at least let you know. If I
I
liked
know what
it,
the
what I thought
basic
about it.
premise is in kind of what it's about, but
Oh yeah, I'm going in pretty much. I'm doing old school. I'm pretty much going in blind. I mean, except for like the trailer we watched and
in the
one
clips and
slightly.
commercials.
Not even really. Just like one slightly longer trailer. I mean,
Oh,
like,
the one with
don't
Sabretooth.
really. No, see, I didn't even know.
Oh, okay.
I don't even.
Yeah. All right. Well,
maybe, but for the most part, I don't know. I'm unplugged. That's what I'm saying. Like I'm just gonna treat it like a one-off. It is what it is. Like I don't.
well,
I'm
I've
not.
heard it's good. So
Yeah, but I'm not gonna really give a shit about the other Deadpool movies. I don't care about X-Men, the fall. I mean, obviously, like there's gonna be some like nostalgia, and you're gonna wanna like all
yeah, they
enjoy it
actually,
more.
from what I
But
heard, they kind of do an homage to the old Fox
yeah, so
X-Men films. So
hopefully it'll be enjoyable. But yeah, I'm just gonna go in blind, no, not a bunch of bullshit, and just see. Okay, is this a good movie or did I enjoy it? And looks like it'll probably be pretty enjoyable. So
yeah, at
my
least that's
my
what I've heard.
yeah, my prediction is it'll be enjoyable. I won't feel like I wasted my monthly AMC subscription or whatever we pay for the free discounted tickets, and I probably won't. I'm predicting after I watch it, I probably won't want to see a sequel. That's my prediction. Probably be like, yeah, that was fun. I enjoyed it, but that's it. I'm good.
Yeah.
So
Well, hopefully that's how it ends. I don't know how it ends.
see if that
but
changes.
Hopefully they say, okay, well, this was a good one-off. And again, I don't think Iger or any of the execs at Disney had anything to do with it. That's probably why it's going to be good. It's an anomaly,
Yeah.
and then we're going to go back. It's kind of like the eye of a hurricane. It's all calm, and it's the way things should be, and then it's back to the shit.
Yeah, back to the shitstorm.
Captain America 4, Agatha, blah blah.
See,
blah.
that's what I'm saying. I don't. None of that phases me. None of that matters to me. They're just other random bullshit that they make. Doesn't matter. I'm just gonna watch this one movie, enjoy it. I don't really care. I'm not invested at all or whatsoever among any of the connected movies or MCU. I'm just like,
Yeah.
whatever. It's all Disney bullshit. I'm just here to see a Wolverine Deadpool movie. So
That's it.
that's it,
All right.
man.
Yeah.
But
let us know. Let us know. Because I'm gonna wait
will
on.
let
I
you
think
know.
Luke is too. Luke is gonna wait
Oh
until
shit.
Feline can go. So
Oh yeah, that makes sense. We'll probably be out for a while. So,
yeah.
but yeah, I guess that's a good spot to end today. We'll catch up later. I want to look at some probably a little behind on this, but I want to see what the excitement is for Bloodruth. So look forward
Okay.
to our reaction to the next Rippaverse book. I want to see what the Bloodruth is all about. So
Yeah. Okay.
and then we'll talk about Deadpool Wolverine. No spoilers.
All right. Sounds good.
Cool.
All right.
Alrighty. Well, thank you guys
How
for.
many people do we have watching in X?
So looking now, we've got the 5 X viewers, which may or may not be bots, and then a couple of YouTube people. So that's nice. I trust the YouTube people are real.
Thanks
But
for
we don't have
joining
like,
us.
yeah, we don't. If you're not a bot, we very much appreciate you joining us. Now, one week was weird. It was like 118 people on X with like no comments or shares or engagement.
Yeah.
So,
A
anyways,
little bit suspect.
this is nice. So yeah, thanks for coming and hanging out. We'll see you guys next time on Shattermare Live.
Good night.
Goodbye.